think we are successfully live. We do have the background music playing. My mic is picking up. Easy fucking business. It's a big zero. That's a big zero on the technical issues today. Big ol' one on the scheduling issues with my own life, but big ol' zero on the technical issues. What's up, Will? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Let me pull up who's going today. I am certain that we will words. I'm certain I'll need to post this a few more times, but I'm going to grab the order right now and just throw it in there. Throw it in there in case somebody's here. Today on the docket, we've got Jesh, Lelo, Whitebread, Rukak, Admiral, Scuznut, and Elman 24. Admiral, Scuznut, and Elman, I know for a fact, are not going to be in the stream for a couple hours, so I know they're coming later. That's a lie. Scuznut's here. Dale, what's up? Jared, hello. DKS, thank you for coming by the stream. I appreciate you giving it a chance. This stream is probably going to be a little bit of generalized vamping, and then we're going to get into the deck roasting presently. Lemon, I'm doing good. I'm a little... So, because we've had a lot of back-to-back really long streams, I've been trying to sleep more and go to sleep earlier, and it's led to just like super interrupted, heinous quality sleep. So my brain is definitely fraying around the edges a little, which is, I think, better for the content, worse for you all. I'm going to call you a bunch of partridges in a goddamn pear tree. What kind of decks are we roasting today, Mr. Mald? I have no idea. Let me look at the... We've got a lot of sillies today. We only have one deck today that is allegedly spooky, or sorry, allegedly scary. We have 4 decks have said that they are silly. 5 decks have said that they are spooky. So there's a lot of silly, comma, spooky. And Antaria, we will have you go first. I have that 1 hour time limit locked into my head, which means I'm going to use 58 minutes of it to talk about the Final Fantasy precons, and then I will open up your Moxfield link, say, you suck, boom, roasted, and then we will move on to the next person. Quasar Knight Gaming, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub, my friend, for the 3rd month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. Hey there, Mauled Boss. Hope you're having a good one. Did you see the Final Fantasy stuff IGN released? I've seen a couple of the commanders, but I haven't looked in depth again. Troper, thank you for the 200-bit cheer. Welcome to today's dog pile. Hey, Mauled, have you heard about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14? Because you're gonna. No, Troper, what's that? Is that like World of Warcraft Hardcore Classic? And Melon, thank you for the 400-bit cheer. Welcome to the top of this week's dog pile. When does the bracket speak start? I don't think we have anything to talk about bracket-wise today. I think a lot of the vamping is going to be relegated to the Final Fantasy precons rather than bracket talk, but we will see. What's up, Nunya? And Dungeon Masters Consortium, thank you for the 500-bit cheer. You are now on the top of this week's dog pile. I appreciate that generosity very, very much. It's exactly like that, but made by a company that doesn't steal breast milk from employee fridges. So, okay. So first of all, that's a big hit. If I was looking at Glassdoor reviews and I saw this company steals breast milk out of the fridge, yeah, not on my top 10 places to work. The follow-up question I am going to ask is there is a distinct difference between the company steals breast milk and somebody else at the company steals breast milk. I think that line gets pretty gray if we're talking about the CEO or something was doing it. But I've worked with weird people. And I wouldn't necessarily call them the face of Subway. Employees, whatever. It's not whatever. That's like saying Subway molested those kids. When it was Jared. Or he looked at Kitty, whatever. Hold on, let me fact check this. Jared Subway. Okay, so he was charged with child pornography. He was charged with child pornography distribution. So that's like saying Subway distributed child pornography. The breast milk thing can still be very real, and it can still be a terrible place to work. But we do need to observe the important distinction between this company had a terrible workplace culture and a bunch of foul shit happened, including employees stealing breast milk from fridges. And Blizzard, the corporation, had an executive meeting. Like, an intern had to pull up a 20-minute PowerPoint presentation about the theft of breast milk out of fridges. I'm still not saying it's good. Like, Blizzard does suck, by and large. Jarthur, thank you for the 510-bit cheer to not only claim the top of the dog pile, but keep this hype train, or kick the hype train off. Thank you very much, my friend. So we do need to do our manual ad break. And then we can start off with Ontario's roast. Alec, man, what's happening? Okay, so both of the people I thought were going to have to go late today are here early. So theoretically, if I had a bobblehead deck, would you look at it? Brand Red, for a cool 25. Now, be banished. Subs, let's talk hole. Speaking of hole, let's talk about the hole at the top of the dog pile that Dungeon Masters Consortium has just filled with that 250-bit cheer. Thank you so much for that generosity, DMC. In case you didn't see, my deck should now be silly/spooky. Okay, so then every deck today we're gonna call silly. So every deck today is minimum rated spooky. We just have a lot of decks that are also silly, spooky. Okay, you're still at work, just on break. Does what you said post 5 p.m. PST, does that still work for you? Oh. Speaking of working for somebody, Atrax is chosen. Thank you for the 10 gifted community subs. That works for me to blow you a little kiss. I appreciate that generosity so much. You have kicked us to a level 4 hype train, my friend. Welcome to dog heaven. So I do when I'm out in about an hour and a half. Yes, I cannot promise that you will be going on the dot when you get out, but I can for sure guarantee that we're not going to roast you while you're still at work. I can't wait for Final Fantasy Commander roasts. Yeah, the Commander roasts are gonna be interesting. Okay, so if anybody doesn't want Final Fantasy spoilers, mute the stream. Don't leave. I need the views, but mute the stream. Because we're going to do spoilers. Lychee Boy, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate that generosity very much. And Amaru1337, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Will, hit me with that personal question. And Helios, I will get back to your question in just a second. So, like, a bunch of these look like pretty reasonable workhorse commanders. I think they're probably going to have some absolutely fucked up cards in the 99 somewhere. It is funny that they were like, hey, you know what, Alesha, forget her. Now we've got Titty Wizard. And this is who Mardu's going to play instead now. Little Fudge, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Like, it doesn't come back tapped and attacking, which I do think is better because we no longer have to worry about every Mardu deck saying, like, don't worry, I'm not doing the Master of Cruelties thing, or going, hell yeah, I'm doing the Master of Cruelties thing, you baby back bitch. And now that's not a conversation, and it's just crazy good recursion. And then it's incredibly cute that they're trying to incentivize Naya to go wide with their equipments rather than just putting Colossus Hammer onto Cloud like we all know they're going to. So overall, what I enjoy about these, I don't see anything that has to be kill on sight. I think there are some setups that could make Cloud kill on sight, but even that is like, because he's at 14 and does not inherently have double strike. But I don't see a ton of things that scream like, yeah, somebody's gonna play this, and then if you don't have removal, you just fucking die. Alec, man, I did see your message, yes. Will, I've not gotten a P.O. box. I will tell my girlfriend about it today, and that will make sure that it happens. I suspect Ishotla will be able to go off pretty easily. Oh, something's going to be going off pretty easily. Something's going to be happening without much effort. But I think the commander ability, I think 4 is a lot higher than people think. I think the ceiling on this is crazy high because it's at the beginning of every end step. I do think, or actually maybe, you know, since it's any player, this does have a pretty strong parasitic relationship with other people dealing combat damage. I don't think the cast trigger is going to be that crazy. I think the cast trigger is going to be like very alright, but the more I think about it, the more I think about like, this is now Esper built drawing cards off of the green player hitting anybody. It doesn't even say opponents. So like Yishotla could get the shit beaten out of her and I still get the card off of it, which is actually kind of cracked. So I think that is stronger and stronger the more I look at it, but I still don't think it's like Yishtola. Hey, that's crazy. Yishtola. Thank you, Quasar. Oh, that does seem quite good. I mean, yeah, you can trigger it from paying life for things, but like at that point, I don't know. Lacks sauce. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that there's motion there. I'm convinced that you can like do something there because paying life to do stuff can always do things. Me seeing Yishtola deals damage instead of draining life, so I give her infect. Ah, we're gonna have to put you in prison, Maya. Why is she a cat? Because they know what I need, Terrence. They know I have needs. This will both, listen, this card is perfect for all of my content because checkbox 1, the ears are long enough that I can make fun of furries. Checkbox 2, she's humanoid enough that we can still do the Smasher Pass. This allows me to perfectly edge my audience with respect to the furry allegations. Oh, this is a really good point about Cloud's card is so dependent on how fucked up the Buster Sword is as an equipment. The Teddy Bear, thank you for the tier 1 sub, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. She is the border between adopt it and can she get it. That's not true. She's pretty firmly on the border of just doing can they get it or not. Like, this is... Like, I need us to all be so for real. I need us to be so for real. This is a person who's got a little Spirit Halloween headset on. That is so far away from needing to go. Like for me the transitional phase between needing to do can they get it versus can they adopt it is when the humanoid secondary sex characteristics go away. Yeah, but her creature type is cat. I'm a commander player. I can't read. All I can do is see and pretty soon sniff. Will, I'm not going to read that out loud, but yeah. That one foundation's merfolk is the middle line. Hold on. Let's find this card. Let's find the missing link. Nira? Near div. Okay. I cannot say what I need to say or I will be persecuted. If I say what must be said, I'm going to be persecuted. I mean, listen, I think like once the creature is like I need to wear a bra, like what are we even talking about? I'm not saying it at all. I'm not saying it. But once the creature itself is like, yeah, I do have these titties though. Come on, can we be for real? Can we be for real for one moment? Can I just be myself for a moment? Yo, it's Mifa from Breath of the Wild, who is Oh, yeah, it is. And I'm sure we're all being very normal about this character. I'm sure everyone was being very normal about this as well. There's no way they called her demure. As normal as Legend of Zelda players get? Okay, so not at all. Good. Getting back into MTG, joined my first commander night, put together a Tristani deck that I had and did well. Focus on improving this or switch to something else. I mean, if it's bringing you joy, like don't change anything. This is good. If you see other commanders you want to build, like there's never a really powerful reason to change what you're doing or not change what you're doing when it comes to commander. It's just it's a such not deep thing that people can make too deep that if you had a fun time playing the deck, yeah, keep rocking with the deck. If something about the deck was like not fun for you, improve that. If you see another commander where you're like, damn, fitties, build that deck. Where should I post the card if I want you to review a custom card? You should save it for a World of Warcraft stream. And at that point, it can be posted in the Dear Maldhound section, but I have now turned the redeem off and depicted you as the beta Soyjack. I've gotten 4 pop-up ads for WD-40 and I'm confused on what Google thinks I do. Near div, that's what Google thinks you do. We've also got a random smasher pass to do. If you want an unquestionable smasher pass from Breath of the Wild, look up Urbosa. They really gave in to the sexy Ganondorf agenda. They really gave in to all the people. They saw all the Ganondorf porn that was already out there, and they were like, you know what? We need to get $119 out of this. They looked at every fucking 4chan section and was like, you know what? We need to get our $120 out of these people. She has a huge nose? Perfect. Perfect. Don't act like you aren't going to add it to the cart later. I don't buy figurines. What's up, error code? All right, Zilly, you're about to go in timeout. She's also like 6 foot plus. I'm 6'4". That's perfect. If I recall correctly, Gerudo have one male born every century or something, and that's who some versions of Ganon is. Do they have like Gatorade for him? Because that's got to be exhausting. Hold on. Let's settle this. Wow, if I could spell any of that right. Urbosa, 6'7". She is straight up looming over me. This woman is straight up mean mugging me. That's amazing. Is Esper a good place for Y'shtola's kit? Well, I mean, I think yeah. Okay, if we're gonna go back to serious talk about serious things and not how sexy video game ladies are, yeah, I think Esper is very much the right place for this type of kit. Orzhov has long been obsessed with paying like life loss, meaning I get a thing. We've had Blue do like really they mix and matched some stuff off of one of the Jin Gataxises. Because where's this asshole? Like they took this line and they said, okay, make the payoff Orzhov. Right? They did the exact same line of text, and then they said, what if the payoff was IRS based instead of cool, fair card draw based? And then this paragraph right here, I think is pretty normal. You know, people are losing life. I could see that as an Orzhov or an Esper payoff. And then the bar is kind of high, but this person doesn't have to do anything. This person can just sit back and flick their bean the entire game, and this is going to work. Like, the more I look at this, the more I'm like, holy fuck, that's crazy. Because if anybody ever does damage, any turn where anybody does an appreciable amount of damage, this person now gets to draw a card. Which is not broken, but is very strong. If we keep talking sexy characters, I'm going to flashbang the chat with Dahlia from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. With dog, before we even get to the image, what in the Sam fuck is going on here? Brother, this is a Hunter x Hunter character. Never mind. I'm sorry I didn't respect you. You're correct. Your opinions are correct, and I'm sorry that I had a little bit of bass in my voice when I was bringing this up. Yeah, great game. What game is that? Xenoblade Chronicle? How do I buy this? Oh my god. Okay, so I didn't realize I didn't realize this was one of those RPGs. I had like heard of this game and I was like, oh, it sounds like the type of RPG I'm not really into. And then it's this type. Okay, so now that we have burned, let's see, we burned 15 minutes of the hour that Ontario said they have. I think they should be squirming an appropriate amount. And so we will actually we will go ahead and get into the deck roasting now. Oh, there's still a random smasher passed. Be careful when you roast Y'shtola. Her fans get feisty, like Swifty's feisty. I mean, I think they're going to be happy with me. I mean, I can't imagine... If I were a rabid fan base, I can't imagine that seeing a video where I was like... Where someone went like, wow, good character gets good card? Why the fuck is this so strong? Also, it's hot. You know, how mad can we be about that? All right, random smasher pass. Easy yes. Easy yes. 1-2, I like big butts and I cannot lie. And this is canonically pretty big for humans. I guess she had compounding interest sugar daddy relationship though. Cumulative upkeep means it's going to get harder and harder to keep chucking your spiriter. Hey, that's fine. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. You pay for her aging? I don't know, dude. I mean, like, listen. Nothing says I have to, right? She just leaves. We spend one glorious night together. She wakes up, hits me with the like $1,000 or I'm out of here, and I'm just like, I don't know, have a good day. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. We all pay for aging, bro. It's called an anniversary dinner. God damn. That's good. Well, just so you're aware, one of Xenoblade 2's artists draw hentai. Listen. I was aware. I knew. Maul, check out Perun from Xenoblade, specifically her intro cutscene. Listen, I will set up a different stream for you all where we get to like tier list all of your random but I'm sure very reasonable internet woods. We're not going to do it today. We have business to get to today. We have to get to Ontario's deck roast, and then we have to get to a number of other deck roasts today. So, for anybody that has not been to one of these before, my supporters, the roastees, send in a deck list, a primer, and a power rating. We do not accept 1 through 10, and we do not currently accept WotC brackets, although if you want me to edit a deck to fit better within a bracket, we can work with that. The main thing we are going to judge you on is your deck's... God damn. How much your deck burps like a dumbass during your own show. is your primer. Your primer being a paragraph that describes how you think the deck plays or how you want the deck to play. We want your primer to be honest. You can think of your primer as what you might tell a random group of people in your Rule Zero conversation. It should be fun. It should be flirty. It should not be full of shit, Daryl. And so without further ado, we're going to open with Jesh, who has sent in a silly, spooky deck. This is a deck idea I've had kicking around in my brain for a while. Commander damage is any combat damage dealt by a commander creature, and the commander-ness is a property of the specific piece of cardboard. So what if you animated a commander that isn't normally a creature and used that as a Voltron commander? In this case, a background. The creature side of the commander is almost exclusively there for colors, although it can be cast in a pinch to have a blocker on board. I consider it a win if the background is a creature at least once by turn 5. More details, including the logic behind the commander choices, are in the primer on the deck page. The deck's power level is titled as silly, but that's only there because I'm a goofy fucking goober. No, it's because, but that's only there because there isn't an option for stupid. This is glorious. I mean, this is exactly what ones should be in the new bracket system. I know it says 3. Don't listen to Moxfield. Although they did say it's potentially spooky. But I love this type of idea. This is such a dumb, mechanical Rube Goldberg machine you've decided to do. But I believe you can do it. The picture is making me feel like you didn't pick Raised by Giants, which is absolutely diabolical. But let's see how you did do it. So we're Dimir. Oh, I guess giving +3/+3, yeah, that's about as good as them being base power 10/10, although this does make them cheap. Bounce-based protection. I feel like in Dimir you could just play a counterspell, but you know, whatever. Protect and buff the legendary artifact enchantment creature background. Adaptive Omni Tool. Is that what they called you in college? Is this just a former nickname? Excellent meme. Excellent meme. I love this. Okay, yeah, early and cheap. Oh, layer and timestamp questions. That makes sense, yeah. Avoiding a judge call is absolutely the number one thing you need to be doing. Oh yeah, I wasn't considering it super confusing why we weren't animating it from the command zone. Answers always commit for the bit, so I'm totally with you on this explanation. Prioritize finding the cards that turn the background into an artifact. There's only 5 in the deck. I'm no longer with you, brother. So we need 1 or more of the tutors to find them. Then your animators, we have 9 options. Oh, that is tough. Okay, so we're just as likely to find both of these things as we are for the Gym Crush to like us back. That's a very good start. The best ones give you larger... Yeah. Be careful using effects that permanently animate it, as it will eventually have to sacrifice itself to its own effect. Okay. Oh, so we're like persistently rebouncing Cultist of the Absolute to hand to sort of pseudo-protect it. There are only 5 in the game in my defense. So we have another morph situation where Entario simply needs to be given 1 hour alone in the WotC design room. Entario just needs a clean 45 to 90 minutes inside WotC headquarters to be allowed to insert 10 additional cards into the Final Fantasy set that for some reason turn enchantments into creatures. Okay, so we have black market connections. We have just... Dog. This is what I was worried about. My brother in Christ. So as a rule, I tend to... And this is personal. This is on a personal enjoyment level, not on a me dogging you as a person, because I do think some people can walk this line and look into the abyss without the abyss looking back into them. Urza's mainly there for the 5 mana ability. That's what I thought he was here for. First of all, that's what I thought he was here for. I get really worried when there's any decks where it quickly becomes better to just do things that aren't the commander game plan when you're actually playing it. Like, I think if you're going to pull a punch, that punch is always better pulled in the deck building phase than it is pulled in the actual playing phase. And so I'm going to give you some space to cook because I don't think you've put in the other things that typically make, like, LMAO Urza so broken. But as soon as I start seeing... To me, this is very similar to, like, seeing a Rhystic Study pop up. Like, I've seen people who say, here's my silly haha deck. I put in Rhystic Study to give it the power to work. And those decks never, like, the flavor never comes across. It's literally just like, oh yeah, then this guy shit on me with Rhystic Study. I'm still going to give you a chance. But I definitely worry about, like, okay, well, if I play Encroaching Mycosynth and Urza, am I now just... Is this now just Oprah but genocidal? So let's see. Let's see. Okay, we have Liquid Metal Torque. And we have Command Tower. Big win. Big win. So we can make something... We could make this an artifact now. I don't think we can make this a animated artifact. Oh, we could with Tezzeret. So I'll play this to scry 1. And we have Archway of Innovation. Dangerous. Dangerous words with an Urza in the mix. We'll play the Omni Tool. So we play Tezzeret. We make this an artifact. We down-tick him. Oh, so now this is permanently a creature. Oh, so that's actually, we can't do that. Because if we do that, we immediately sacrifice on next upkeep. So we want to order this probably a little bit differently. We probably open with Ophiomancer then. Manabites, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. So if we do that, then we can play Tezzeret. Then we downtick Tezzeret, and we can presume that we just always have a snake to feed to the cult. How does Ophiomancer add to the theme? Cults have snakes, dude. Sometimes a theme is just aesthetic. If you saw this bitch and you saw this bitch, do you think they're part of the same gang? 'Cause I do. 'Cause I do. There's also a big difference between... This is the distinction between having a deck that has a mechanical theme and a deck that has a soap opera theme. If you're trying to do a soap opera theme deck, then you're probably going to go for things where everything is thematic around the flavor of something. If you're going for a mechanic, which they're going for an awfully stupid mechanic. Our win condition is a flying 4/4. Our win condition is a 3-card version of this to have 1 additional power and toughness. So we're going to give them a little bit of space to cook, if that's the win condition. So we have snakes to sacrifice. This is now... I'll just use counters. So it's a 4/4. We can Talarian Winds, but I don't really think we want to wheel this particular hand. So we do that. We equip the Adaptive Omni tool, which, holy God, do I not believe in this. So we have 3 artifacts. So this is a 7/7. So we have Flying Death Touch, 7/7. Oh, it's a 10/10, right, because it buffs itself off rip, and then the Omni tool buffs it on top. Okay, that's better. That is much, much better. So turn 6, we swing a flying 10/10. That is meaningfully threatening. I will be incredibly vain and assume that we got to resolve Tezzeret. I will discard Bitterthorn because we have enough lands. We have Rise and Shine. There must be a hidden Lego factory that I am simply not seeing in this deck. Does the Omni tool unequip when Cultist stops being a creature? I think it would, but Tezzeret animates permanently. And so if you were doing this 1 turn at a time, then the Omni tool would fall off every time, which is another reason that I don't really believe in it. We also do get to resolve the Omni tool. I think we can't grab... Yeah, we can't grab any of these because we're actually pretty light on artifacts. So those all go to the bottom of library. Oh, it's the animator for the commander. Okay. Yeah. What honestly, for commander alone, yeah, true. We need a lot of these. Okay, and then I play my real commander. I could swing with a 10/10, or I could rip the top of my deck off. Yeah, this was better. Next turn. Easy. Now I tap the Thopter I made. I shuffle again. God damn it. And then we can swing with like a 12/12 or something. Mooted, it's already a creature. We already animated it with Tezzeret. This is definitely a... I'll give you this. It's much better than I thought it would be. It's much better than I anticipated, Intario. Okay, we have an animator already. And we can look for Liquimetal Torque. I like that. We don't have black, but who needs it? So we Collector's Vault... We just straight up, nah, we won't bog a bitch yet. We'll decanter and then use the decanter to get this down. Now we just straight up bog a bitch, and then we go for Liquimetal Torque. So we get that to hand. Well, we don't want to lay down... No, we still don't want to do the animation thing because we still don't have sack fodder. Which, God, that final step is really tough. Because we could animate this and then it just blows itself out. Ma Since, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. It's one of those science fair projects that you expect to just do nothing but are pleasantly surprised when it actually works. Yeah, this is the only like kindergarten volcano science experiment where we're actually getting some bubbling. We're getting a little bit of frothing here, and I do enjoy that. We're definitely right up on the edge of like this deck. Most of the satisfaction in playing this deck has to come from just managing to stop non-bowing yourself. I think it's very cute. I really don't think this is spooky unless it's in front of somebody that can't count. And then in front of people that can't count, everything's scary. So I'd probably play Liquimetal Torque and then use Dimir Signet to draw discard. I don't think we need coding anymore. So we get to make a treasure. We have Sword of the Animist, but again, that doesn't really help us get around. Like, let's also be so for real. It's turn 6. We've not put a single goddamn blocker down. We have not put a single motherfucking blocker on the board. And we've just been over here tinkering with our science fair experiment going, wait, I promise. We could have removed one thing. That's relevant. The spookiest from the capability to have it out and swinging early. I still think that's like, I guess that kind of comes down to your table's personal discretion, because I think the best hand we could ask for, the best hand we could ask for is a hand that has Ophiomancer to feed to the cult, that has an animator and has an artifact maker, and then has the lands and the ramp to get us to all of those things, which can get pretty spooky to get a 7/7, but then it's like, it's a 7/7 where the ward basically says, ward, don't even worry about it. It's ward paper cut. And it's not a meaningfully protective ward. So I think it's one of those things where it's very spooky to precons specifically, like precons that don't play any removal. If you play against decks that have rapid hybridization, we spent what, like 4 turns setting up a 7/7 that, hey, look at that, it's a 3/3 lizard. And again, I do not want this to sound like, oh, just dies to removal, because everything dies to removal. I want to highlight, we have to do a lot of work that is in many cases not repeatable once it gets removed, and we have to rebuild our entire life. You know, it's not just, oh, our commander got removed, recast it from the command zone. It is, our commander got removed, now I have to go on this whole new saga in my deck to find a new way to animate the artifact thing. And you did a good job of having wheels like this. That's probably the single best thing we can do, is just wheel the fuck out of ourselves. And it's like, hey, we didn't get it, so we'll pretend this is another wheel. Hey, I don't think we got it here. Oh, no. The retrofitter will get it. So if we wheel twice, then we get to do it. So with that feedback in mind, I do think we can verge on scary. I think this can be the Babadook if we want it to. But I think that our equipment needs to be much more focused on protection. I think we probably need better overall draw. Sai specifically, I think Sai is like, I think this is a little bit of artifact brain rot, where he's an incredibly good artifact card in general. In these playtests, I never saw you having the stuff to make a ton of Thopters or have a lot of artifacts to sack for draw. The bounce protection is to bounce the setup pieces, by the way. Yeah, the 3 cards in the deck, I'll file this away with the fairy blowjobs and bags full of money, Ontario. Thank you very much. My point remains that for some of these synergy pieces, like for Sai, I don't think we have the critical mass of artifacts to support this. I think 23 is a little bit low for an effect like that. The Tezzerets, I get. You need them because they're some of the only animators in the game. Thopter Spy Network. This one also seems weird to me. This one, like Sai, seems like a holdover from a version of the deck that was much more artifact-based. Like a version of the deck where... like the first draft where basically everything was an artifact. The Cultist is always an artifact when it hits. Yeah, and I just don't think... I think with all the setup we have to do, 4 mana for a text box that reads draw a card when my commander deals damage, I'm not sure is good enough with all the other stuff we have to do. Spy Network gives tokens to the Cultist to sack for top of turn. That's a good point. I'll keep it for that. I will abide it for that purpose. That said, I still do not believe in Sai. Riddlesmith is also... It's not totally on the... I'm not on the wave of like cut it immediately, but I think we've weakened it significantly by having so few artifacts. I'll allow Quicksmith Spy. All this shit seems fine. I don't like Nettlecyst. I don't really like Loxodon Warhammer. I do like Leyline Axe because it's double strike. It's double strike. Like I like the things that reduce the number of turns we need to swing at people with to kill them. But I think for the most part, like Nettlecyst can reduce the number of turns you need to kill somebody, but it requires so much shit to be going right that I'm going to put it in the Fairy Blowjob folder. I think Blackblade Reforged, I'm much more confident that you've played lands than that you've successfully gotten a ton of artifacts out. Bitterthorn and Sword of the Animist are interesting because they're generally considered very, very reliable, and I may be biased against them because in the playtest we were able to hit our land drops. Okay, yeah, here's a good playtest to make us feel a little bit differently about that. Then we can play Cranial Plating. Can do this. Yeah, we're not struggling. Mirrored and Besieged, Brother Bear. I think this is another instance of the word cloud getting us. Because things in our hand that matter. I don't think Loxodon Warhammer matters. I really don't think Adaptive Omnitool matters, again, because we've made the concentration of artifacts so low. I think there are versions of the deck where we really love Adaptive Omnitool, we really love Cranial Plating, we really love things like Mirrodin Besieged and Sai Master Thopterist and all the stuff that says anytime you play an artifact you get to jerk it in their face. I don't think this is that deck. I think this is a deck that requires a little bit of artifact support. And honestly, in the context of how close this deck is to being really, really consistent, I think Urza's kind of trolling. I think Urza's a, jump scare for no reason. Like, this is a Hollywood cameo you're paying 90% of the movie's budget for, but specifically in the context of, like, if you were telling people about this deck ahead of time, Urza's your only game changer. Oh, except for Demonic Tutor. Like, if I was sitting across from you and I didn't know you as a person, and I didn't know that you were at least a well-meaning bastard, I do not think Urza is carrying the weight commiserate to how much threat he's carrying with you. This deck absolutely has to fly under the radar, because most of what we're doing for the first 4 to 5 turns can be categorized as runaway optimism. It can still work because you've given the deck some pretty good support. And we'll keep Shizo. You've given the deck some pretty good support, so it can work. But once you tell me, oh yeah, Urza's here, and I see you play Riddlesmith, and I see you start to play all these other, like, crazy fucked up good cards, and you've let me know that Urza is in here, that's when I start to get, like, quite a bit worried, and I start to feel like, maybe I should just kill this guy when all he has is a 2/1 out on turn 4. And I think in the place of things like Mirrodin Besieged, in the place of all the things that currently say, hey, if I get a million artifacts that I don't have, I'm gonna fuck you up. We could simply apply the frantic search test, or apply additional wheels to get you to the shit that you want to do, because the deck is so close. Like, this deck is so much like, we are this close to greatness. And then we have a couple cards to me that I would categorize as, like, bluffs. Like, I would say this probably does something if the deck is just absolutely cooking. But because we are doing ridiculous jank, I would rather put more effort towards being very confident that we're going to start cooking. And so with that in mind, I think the things that I would categorize as bluffs are Cranial Plating, Loxodon Warhammer, Nettle Cyst, Agent of the Shadow Thieves, only because this requires you to be in combat and swinging. I think a lot of the people that are going to kill your commander are going to do it either when you move to combat or when you declare it as an attacker, which means that as soon as this trigger goes on the stack, that's crazy, my Infernal Grasp right on top of this trigger, and then your commander dies anyway. And then you're reliant on 2 very, very expensive. Oh, well, I guess Town Ain't Big Enough isn't going to be expensive because it will be on a permanent you control. But regardless, the 3 fairy blowjob cards in our deck are what it's coming down to. I also think Winter Cursed Rider, we don't really need. He looks sick as fuck. If he's just in here because you think he looks raw, I understand that. The ward pay 2 life, I don't think matters. If somebody's Vandal Blasting, they're not paying it anyway. And if the flying 10/10 with Death Touch and Lifelink has ward pay 5 life, guess what? I'm going to pay the 5 instead of getting hit for my entire draw. And I think the board wipes very whatever. You're flying, you have a 10/10, just kill him. Just kill him. And there's no way we're getting enough artifacts in our graveyard for this to go off in a meaningful way. I also agree with how Relic put it. This is a social tax your deck cannot play. Like, this is, you have shown up to the function in a gym stringer and, like, a Trump hat. You cannot back this up. You cannot explain this away. People are going to freak out, rightfully so. I will accept Thopter Spy Network. No, Kaiser, that's the thing. It's not Magical Christmas Land. This is like Mall Santa, both in terms of payoff and how accessible it is. We're almost there. In the playtest, we're animating the commander multiple times. It can happen. What the deck wants to do can happen. We don't need to like tear up the foundations. We don't need to be like, fuck you, get a good plan. I like the plan. The plan can work, but we have a couple things that are just more artifact good stuff than they are anything else. And I can appreciate that we're bringing this as food for the commander. So let's think if we can come up with better token makers than this. Mainly than Mirrodin Besieged and Psi Master Thopterist. Because I'm not incredibly confident in Mirrodin Besieged and Psi Master Thopterist. There's a lot of stuff in considering. Okay. Let's check 83. We have a second deck in considering. So let me look at food for the commander. Let's see. We're not going to do Mirrodin Besieged, but worse. I think Tezzeret is probably... I mean, like, what's responsible of you is we would be taking Tezzeret for his +1, which is how you should be judging Planeswalker value. What's less responsible is, I think this is another social tax that you can't pay. This is a better commander. What the fuck? This guy was here? Yeah. Hey. Huh? Yeah, what if we did just have the commander food in the command zone? What a world that would fucking be, huh? Okay, so you prefixed your own deck. I would immediately put this motherfucker. I would immediately put this guy into the command zone instead, and then I would consider a... Listen. Now it's my turn to suggest a social tax that you cannot pay. What if we made everyone mad? What if we made everybody very mad all the time? If the people you play with cannot handle mill, that's a different thing, right? If it's a meta call of like, if your table just freaks out every time they say mill, you see mill, different story. If you're at tables that don't, Zelix and Mesmeric Orb are going to solve half of the problems the deck has. Wait, am I supposed to get mad when that comes out? No, Darnassus, but a lot of people who like don't understand statistics or wanted to be playing Factorio instead of Magic the Gathering do get very mad when it comes out. I would, for a deck like this, I would always suggest going with more tutors. I think more tutors, that's going to put you very solidly into Spooky. And that's probably a good thing for this deck. I think if a deck has like a magical Christmas land scenario that's way, way better than everything else the deck can do, I think the deck is normally better off attempting to normalize towards the ceiling rather than trying to make that ceiling less and less likely. Because no matter what you do, you still end up with a brick of C4 and the birthday cake. Even if you make it very, very unlikely that it's going to pop off, as long as it's in there, sometimes it's going to happen, and it's going to scare the hoes. And so if you have this like dream scenario, which dream scenario for you is have a normal day as a green Voltron player. I would really recommend trying to normalize towards the dream scenario by replacing the okay cards with tutors that say, okay, now I get to do the thing I actually wanted to do. You straight up might need propaganda. I'll be so honest. You are incredibly submissive and breedable to everybody else at this table. Let's see how good your defenses are. We bog turn 1. We show our soft underbelly and say that we're not going to exile anyone else's graveyard because we're so nice. We liquimetal. We bitterthorn. So we've got a 1/1 germ. I think we quicksmith, give it to liquimetal coating, use that to draw a card, swing, get a land. Our germ is probably fucking dead, swinging a 1/1 turn 4. Oh wait, this was tutored to field. So now we have Cultist of the Absolute. We turn it into an artifact. We Kenku Artificer. We put 3 +1/+1 counters on. So now it's a 6/6. Now we go to our next turn. We have to sacrifice Kenku Artificer. And we're now very much in the danger zone of... Oh, we have Quicksmith Spy still. So I'll draw another thing. See, like this motherfucker is not saving us right now. Like the situation we are in right now is we really, really need to get another creature out to allow the cultist to continue existing. We would prefer not to sacrifice our spy, but we will if we have to. So I'm just going to fucking lay this out for no reason and then windfall. Okay. We didn't get it because we have no creatures in the deck. Oh yes, we have it now, but we didn't have the mana to play it because I had to sell out to do the wheeling. So we do this. We do the skilled animator. I'm going to turn the coding into a 5/5 as well. So I can sacrifice this as well. Then we attach Blackblade to this. 1, 2, 3. So +7. So this is a 13/13 now. Highly relevant. Now we punch somebody. It's very scary. They're unlethal. They're afraid. They're pissing their pants. We have another thing in hand. Yeah, so this is like definitely working, but I don't think... I stand by Loxodon Warhammer was never going to be relevant. Bitterthorn was probably never going to be relevant. I think Curate... So it's not that we don't need the card draw, but I'm not confident that we need the card draw as much on turn 2. I think mana value 2, which is... This is going to be a lot more granular than I normally get with these deck roasts, but again, we're so close to having heat here. I think a lot of the stuff we lay down on turn 2, we want it to be artifact ramp or artifacts that matter. Speaking of which, I'm also super not sold on Adaptive Omni Tool. But I think we want more things like 3 mana good card draw. 3 mana me when I search frantically. Or check this shit out. What if I just wheeled as much as I fucking wanted and then also our archivist is there? God damn it. How dare you? Well, take him out so that I can look smart for suggesting him to you. Would the color mana mirror work in this deck? It could if we want to lean back into being really artifact heavy. Like if we got to between 30 and 40 artifacts, then I would say like the Psi Master Thopterus plan, totally on. The Mirrodin Besieged plan, totally back on. But we would want to be on like 30 plus artifacts. You might be able to get some of that done through artifact lands. I don't know how many of those we even have in the colors though. So you could do 1 with Dowsing Dagger. This is pretty risky, but could do it. We could Mazzolanti just for card selection. Honestly, wouldn't be a bad thing to put in just for card selection. So now we have that. We have Power Depot. We could even be running Scene of the Crime. Oh wait, but a lot of these care about casting artifact spells, right? Yeah, that's cast, that's cast. A lot of your things that do care about, but again, like Cranial Plating, this starts to become real again if we have 40 artifacts or something. If we have Nettle Cyst, I become much happier about this. Adaptive Omni Tool becomes playable at all if we have 40 or more artifacts. Myriad Pools seems... this seems a little bit greedy. Don't mind me, I'm at work. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Cranial Plating and the like are mainly there for encroaching mycosynth / mycosynth lattice. Right, and that's like what I'm trying to impart to you is that is fairy blowjob bag of money territory. If we want to be like building around an interaction, that interaction either needs to be command zone or it needs to happen with 25 plus cards in the deck. Right now you have like saying, oh, this card is in the deck because it's going to get a payoff if I draw these 2 other cards in the deck. Even in a deck where you have a handful of tutors, that is like saying, oh, I have a crush at someone at my college, and your friend is like, oh, did you talk to him? And you're like, no, every Tuesday when I'm walking from chemistry to biology, we pass each other in the hallway though, and sometimes we look at one another. Like there might be something there, but you don't have an actual relationship. And if we want it to be a deck synergy, it needs to be an actual relationship. Now, if you have 40 artifacts, and then the encroaching mycosynth thing is a on top of it benefit, that's fine. Right? Like that's okay. So we could also do Vault of Whispers. You could also do Treasure Vault. This starts to get a little bit risky because we start to fuck with your ability to hit all of your pips. And I don't think we got Seat of the Synod. Saint Anger, thank you for the Twitch follow and the tier 1 sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I think this deck really needs Bristly Bill. Ferris, so true. I will be happy to put a Bristly Bill in this deck. Just give me your home address real quick. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 pretty like low investment artifacts that we can put in. I think like half of these you're switching out basic lands for. So those are the 2 routes I would go. Is either I would dedicate to having 35 to 40 artifacts in the deck, and then I will allow you to keep the things like Nettle Cyst, keep the things like Cranial Plating, because then they have a good chance of like actually paying off repeatably, with or without having Encroaching Mycosynth hit the field. If you don't want to do this, then I would say you get rid of the generalized artifact brain rot and instead either do more card draw like Frantic Search that's in the like 3 mana, 4 mana range but gets you a healthy amount of cards, because I think the way this deck works is you have to mulligan. You have to mulligan to get at least one of your pieces and a workable first 2 turns. But I don't think you need to be touching a lot of cards in the first 2 turns. I think your first 2 turns are very on the rails, like I play my 1 mana commander, I play a 2 mana rock or a 2 mana animator, and then after that, now I'm card hungry. Homunculus Horde, gosh, real Christmas land shit in chat right now. Not impossible. And again, if we get really heavy onto the artifact synergies to make this artifact good stuff, artifact card draw work, then yeah, you copy this a million times, shit goes crazy. But if you don't, this can be like 4 mana, feel sad. Does biotransference help? Creatures you control are artifacts. The same is true for creature spells you control and creature cards you own that aren't on the battlefield. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, you lose 1 life. I think this does. I think this does help for, honestly, maybe every version of the deck. I think this fixes the problem of you don't have artifact spells to cast. We are low on creatures, but if you combine the number of creatures and the number of artifacts you have, then you have the right number for it. So Prince, like, yeah, it's definitely more proof that the deck is jank. That I would be like, I think biotransference is better for this deck than Urza is, which is a testament to how fucking weird your deck is in a good way. Like, I legitimately think biotransference is going to carry more games than Urza Lord High Artificer is, for the very, very specifically dumb thing you want to do. I will stand by Shark Typhoon. Yeah, Shark Typhoon could do it. Shark Typhoon could do it specifically for the lower power version of this deck. I think it tabled, like, it's definitely not winning the game because you're not storming off, but it's probably giving you a pretty hefty flow of creatures to sacrifice because we have a ton of non-creature spells. So I'm going to say, like, you're somewhere right now in the intersection of all 4. Because I love what you're cooking. It is based around a mechanical thing, but that mechanical thing is so dumb that it could be featured on Telemundo. And so I kind of want to edge you into soap opera as well. And you've tuned it better than I would have thought. I don't think it works perfectly, hence the suggestions that I made. But, like, honestly, really good start. Really good start. Vulture, you didn't get put on the chart? Hold on. Let me pop open this deck again. Oh, that's because we made you a slide where I called you an idiot. Vulture, you go here. I think you very much got lost in the sauce of draw, discard, and also deal 1 damage at a time. Metallurgic summoning? No, because metallurgic summonings... So this says non-creature, this says instant or sorcery. A lot of our non-creature spells are artifacts. And so metallurgic is only going to trigger off 15 cards in the deck. Shark Typhoon is triggering off of 5, 15, 38, 48 cards in the deck at present, and we are suggesting edits to get that number even higher. Yeah, that's fair. The misremembering on commander cards is crazy. Cran, Burrybog, I, Ferris, and Fuskilla, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Yes, Eric, the entire bit is we turn Cultist of the Absolute into an artifact. We turn that into an artifact creature, and then we use it to beat people to death. And, like, it works. Look at this shit. Watch, you sit there for 7 turns, and it's gonna work. I promise. I promise. You sit there for, like, 8 more turns. It's gonna fucking work. I don't know why I sacrificed that card for no reason. This guy's not an artifact yet. It's not working yet, but like, hold on. So we can put any of these artifacts into our hand. Okay, it's still not working, but like, hold on. There it is. We got liquimetal coating. This is an artifact. We already upticked both. You gotta wait 1 more turn. Shut the fuck up. I play Nettle Cyst. Okay, now we tap him. Now we turn this down. And now we turn this into a creature. It's an 8/8. We have a germ to sacrifice. I fucking play Leyline Axe, I equip Leyline Axe, and I attempt to murder someone. Darnassus, I'm going to echo, the synthesizer requires you to be playing expensive artifacts, and our curve is really low. I think too much of our artifact curve specifically is going to get taken up at 2 mana for synthesizer to come through like we want it to. I think Trinket Mage is in considering. Oh no, Transit Mage is in considering. Trinket Mage might be... Trinket Mage is in the deck proper. But Trinket Mage I don't think gets coding. I don't know about this one, because incubating is like... Incubating's a lot of steps to get us cult food. If we want to feed the cult off of incubation, it's a long road to nowhere. It does get us more artifacts, which is good, but a lot of the artifact synergies we want to be doing are casting artifacts. So this doesn't get us an artifact cast trigger, and then we have to pay even more mana. And I don't know if you guys have been watching these playtests. We are not shitting mana. We are at best farting mana a little bit, but nobody else can hear. Oh, it's Trophy Mage. Okay, so Trophy Mage gets the torque and whatever. Or Tribute Mage, sure. Ooh, this is good food. This is good cult food. Shit, let me tell you what. Jadar and Ophiomancer? Yeah, this is good. That's a good suggestion. I think regardless of what direction you take the deck in, that's a hot pickup. Thank you, Zoria. What's up? There I was. And so, regardless of which direction you go with the deck, we definitely do Jadar. I think Shark Typhoon, Biotransference, both worth considering. I think between Biotransference and all of those other artifacts we suggested for you, you definitely have a way to make Psy and Mirrodin Besieged and Thopter Spy Network worth keeping, and Riddlesmith worth keeping. I think no matter what you do, Urza is writing a check that your butt cannot cash. I don't think Winter's doing anything for you. I question Animus. I disdain Agent of the Shadow Thieves. And then all the other cuts we talked about. But you're off to some pretty good shit right now. And that check is everyone beating you to death. Yeah. Like, Urza is writing a check that is all of Entario's teeth. And then you're just handing it over to the table. Kaiser, I agree with you, and so does Entario, because they have Bitter Blossom and Dreadhorde Invasion already in the deck. They do have a lot of good pickups already. So yeah, overall, great job, Entario. And then I think we've covered like 20 or something things. Prince, we can't have, or what background is it? We're gonna hit the other manual ad break because the pre-roll demons are back, and then we're gonna move on to Lelo's deck. If you are around, Lelo. Agent of the Iron Throne. No. We're not sacrificing artifacts. I definitely see where you're going with the synergy. This is some artifact brain rot because we're not trying to ever put stuff into the graveyard. James, thank you for the $5 super chat on YouTube. 5-color addict here. Made a goofy little deck in like 2 hours while driving. How do I make you look at it? So the two ways to get your deck roasted, James, are to either be a member on Patreon or to purchase a deck roasting commission on Ko-Fi. Both are $25, but on Patreon, your roast is not guaranteed. It's first come, first serve based on a sign-up sheet that goes out at the beginning of every month, because the main point of Patreon is supporting me or Patreon League nights or getting shouted out on videos. Either way, you are never getting your goddamn money back. Now on Ko-Fi, if you manage to pay me for a roast, you will get a roast. But there's a limited stock every month, and they sell out very quickly. So you do have to be pretty fast. And without further ado, non-subs, I banish you to the manual ad break so that Lelo's deck is not interrupted at all. And subs, we'll be talking whole in just 1 minute. I'm going to go get some caffeine because, oh boy, am I sleepy. Fuck you, Joe Cherries. Fuck you right back. right, we're back. Oh no, I did not forget. Listen, if y'all don't get ads, that's chill with me. All I'm doing is I'm hitting the button because otherwise Twitch will insert the ads for me, which fucking sucks. And so, listen, based on the money I get from ads, there's no way all of you get ads. I know that for certain. I think I get like fucking like $3 off of ad revenue on a stream. So like I know that they're not serving everyone ads. The only thing I'm hitting that ad button for is so that while I'm talking and while I'm attempting to be funny and attempting to interact with chat, we just don't have anyone getting hit with like a random mid-roll because Twitch is being a dickhead in the middle of the stream. So like as long if I hit the ad break button and they're like, because I have a little timer. I have a little timer on my end that tells me how long it is until pre-roll and mid-roll ads are going to come back on. And so I'm just hitting the button to give us like 30 extra minutes. I do it so that it's like 30 to 60 extra minutes at a time before the ads come on. Also, Penguin Seal, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Then we're going to pull up Lelo's deck via the email. Huh? Okay, there we go. Excellent. I have your email, Lelo. Let me grab this deck. Let me close all the extra Scryfall tabs. I'm just going to do a random Smasher Pass just for me. Shouldn't have done that. Anyway. You have previously noted that I often handcuff myself to the radiator with my deck building, so I wanted to turn that talent to good ends for once. This time, after being inspired by Troper, terrible start, I cranked up the radiator, put on the gimp suit, and hogtied myself to build the world's first ethical Super Friends deck. I spent a bit of time on the MTG wiki making sure I got everything added and tagged correctly. Enjoy this nonsense that inspired James's deck from last week. Fuck you, Kaiba. My grandpa's deck has no pathetic cards. This is our only deck today that will be receiving no upgrades because there is literally nothing I'm aware of that could be added without undercutting the theme. Let's see what we're doing. Darnassus Super Friends is like all planeswalkers. So we have Prismatic Bridge, which is a terrible start because it's going to just flip a free planeswalker or not. So flip a free creature every turn. I'll always have my colors. We have 41 lands, which I'm presuming is... I mean, yeah, listen. I at least trust you to build a mana base. Planeswalker Future. Okay, so this must be... Damn. Damn. Nope. Alright, we're back. That's the cold water I needed. That's the cold water I needed. Damn. So this is all planeswalkers, I'm guessing, before they unlocked their planeswalker spark, which is cool. Oh, we don't... Damn! God, I know... I know that we've looked at some of these cards before, but I forget, man. Entire Wizards department is just drawing one-handed. This shit is crazy. Sleeping Vesuvius, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Who wants to pay 7 mana for a 6/4, baby? Who wants to pay 7 mana for a 6/4? Flavor over function? Midnight, we're like 10 miles above function at this point. Flavor? Listen, we've got flavor. The function of this deck is slowly melting in the center of the earth. God, the only function of this deck could be replaced by scrolling Pornhub, dude. Oh, okay, we've got some good Urzas. So maybe we could maybe you pull a functional deck out of this if you just draw Urza. Posthumous. So these are planeswalkers that have died. Rest in piss. I hate them all. Okay, this could play Magic. This could... Hey, I'm letting her play me, you know. Listen, I love Flavortown. I didn't realize this guy was a planeswalker. Soul of Windgrace, actually good card alert. Ooh. Ooh, Twitter's gonna be mad about this one. Am Spicy Nugget, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I mean, before we even get to the playtest, hats off to MTG Wiki expert Lelo. This could just be, I mean, this is a YouTube video, right? This is this is a 1-hour video about the history of every planeswalker in MTG in 10 minutes. She's on the other side. Nice. The stick of planeswalker beatdown. Banding shot. Yeah, this is the key jingle. Layla, you gotta make a YouTube channel, bro. Planeswalker former. Okay. These actually, now we're starting to get more recent cards, and so we're getting some like unironically fucked up cards. Darnassus Princes, don't worry about banding. I promise you. Damn. I promise you, you don't need to worry about it. Okay, you can't stop me from using this. True. I'm okay with this. I would let you tutor this to field at the beginning of every game just to prove a point. Brother, you put gates in this shit? Okay. Can this hand play Magic the Gathering? There is... Great Hall actually could. We can resolve Saheeli. I'm keeping it. Easy shit. 2 turns in. We have a creature and we have banding. We're winning. Okay, Path of Ancestry. I copy the Baton of Morale. I now can double band. Bands will make them dance. We get rid of this. We can actually resolve Mew Yangling. And we get to make a 3/2 vehicle. Turn 6. We can crew this. We can hit with this. We actually get to trigger Mew Yangling. So I think... Okay. So actual rules question here. After we crew this, and it's a creature... If we then spend 3 mana to pay for Saheeli's ability, will it copy as a creature or will it copy as an uncrewed vehicle? The copy won't be crewed. That is so cringe. That is so... God damn it. Okay, so doing that doesn't matter. We simply double band again. We do swing a flying vehicle. We've dealt 3 damage. We draw this card. We have 5 lands. Any color. We're not yet. Okay, we are actually close to resolving our commander. We are almost there. How can we do this? I'm gonna crew. Or actually, you know what I would do? You know what I would have done? I would have copied Mew Youngling and then sacrificed the token copy to the legend rule so that I could have made a second vehicle the turn before. And then I'll crew each of these and swing them. I'll draw 2. Now I think we have the mana. We've resolved the prismatic bridge. We discard the hand size. Next turn, we reveal Samut. And then we begin playing Magic again. What, Darebrand? Don't ruin my day. You had the mana a turn prior. I had enough total mana the turn prior, but I do not think I had the fixing because for some godforsaken reason. Well, Great Hall filters for 2. But I have like a color, filter for 2, no color, no filter. So we end up 1 color shy by my current count the turn before. But then once we get one more fuck ass colorless land, we're good. Lelo, I hate to tell you this, we can fix you. This deck is like the prismatic bridge is so good. This can almost be playable. It's not functional by any sense of the word, but this could 100% be like a 1 that actually plays Magic the Gathering. Like we could make this an actual deck that actually played Magic and was just a political statement about the bullshit associated with Planeswalkers, because this effect is so strong that if we just resolve our commander, something's gonna happen. Because we go to our next turn, what do we get? We get Soul of Windgrace. That's a real card. We have no lands to discard, but shut up. Can someone explain to me how Prismatic Bridge works? Can I play it with any commander? So Prismatic Bridge is the commander. Prismatic Bridge is a 2-sided card where technically Asika, God of the Tree, is your commander, except no Prismatic Bridge players know that because none of them ever play this fuck-ass little godchild. So if you have a 2-sided card in your command zone and the front face is a creature, it's legally a commander, but you can choose to cast it from the backside. Isn't Phage in there, so there's a chance you just instantly lose from Prismatic Bridge? Even more ethical Super Friends. Even more ethical Super Friends. Honestly, Asika works better for the deck because it makes all the creatures into dorks to play more of them. Straight up, good point. If you had not blown off your own toes with this land base, I think you legitimately have a deck here. I'm not even going to try to fix the curve. Okay, we have, let me see this. Yeah, we've got Fat Kid in middle school PE activity going on in this mana curve. This is the curve of a 13-minute 1-mile run test, but it doesn't fucking matter because our commander is going to turn everything into a mana dork or it's going to cheat everything out. So straight up, I'm not going to make you change anything about the cards we're playing. This is awesome. This is awesome. Shout out to you. Banding's hilarious. I am going to beg you on my hands and knees See, here's the thing. The lands, this is a lie. The cards I'm begging you to let me change this a little bit. I don't even want to change any of the spells you're casting. I don't want to change a single spell you're going to cast. Perfect as is. I'm just saying you've done so much. We have so many filter lands instead of just any lands that actually tap for colors. God damn it, Layla. Then I'm just going to remake this deck with a land base that works, and then I'm going to play it, and I'll be the one having fun. Troper, thank you for the 50-bit cheer. The best part is that he has half the Meld Urza, but not the other half to turn it into an actual Planeswalker. I mean, the best part just keeps getting better. It really is like fucking... whole deck fixed right here. God, give me a fetch land and some fucking triomes, and this isn't even a shitpost anymore. Give me a fetch land and some triomes, and this is just like, this is what Wizards wanted when they made bracket 1. Like, they'd probably, like, I can't even recommend you cut Urza. You have 4 artifacts in the deck. We're never, like, this ability's never happening. Yeah, this is art. This is beautiful. This is a phenomenal soap opera. I would watch every single episode. What's up, baby? Oh, yeah, the scissors that I borrowed and then never gave back. Yeah.
Thank you.
It came from Troper. Bad start, my ass. I'm sorry. My fault. But yeah, this is... Okay, so we've got the go-ahead on the world tree. Can I interest you... My brother in Christ, can I interest you in a Zagoth Triome? Triomes are functional? These are functional. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, we can talk about spectrum of function, but when your deck has 58 legendary cards in it, I think we're doing a little bit of a joke if we try to act like, where was that one card we were using? Like that double filter land wasn't functional. Like, we have, hold on. Where's, we have Path of Ancestry. Tree only works because it makes things rainbow. Triomes are racist. They don't accept all colors. But neither do your creatures. Okay. Yeah, Great Hall, incredibly fun. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. This is obviously... Lelo has their own artistic vision for the deck, and so I will leave them with their artistic vision, and then I'm just going to take it and make a land base not bound by that. They're prismatic lands. I mean, sure. So it has to tap for anything or nothing. Then yeah, I'm going to fix this for you, and I will have this deck in Chicago as my bracket 1 deck. But I do think that is a phenomenal... Well, I disagree with it. That is undeniably a phenomenal soap opera that you have done. So thank you very kindly for showing this to us, Lelo. Oh, true. True. Bean brings up a good point. I'm not even gonna shit talk. Where's Command Tower? If we're doing rainbow lands, we even have like rainbow Command Tower. Where's the art? Bada bam. I took it out for Baton of Morale. Well, now you're just being contrary. I mean, I think Exotic Orchard is in there, and it can get grandfathered in because like maybe our opponents are playing all 5 colors, so I get that one. Commander is unethical prismatic. I mean, now we're just making things up. We have Urza in here. Either way, we're gonna end on the high note of this deck fucks is amazing. I'm going to fix the land base and just do one meme at a time and say this is my Super Friends deck sponsored by. I'll put your name on it, Lelo. I'll say this is the best Super Friends deck in the world, and we're going to do another shorter manual ad break because that roast did not have to be as long because there weren't actual upgrades. It was just me begging for this to be a little bit more functional. I'm going to hit a short ad break, and then White Bread, are you around for your deck roast? And Matthew, thank you very much for joining the Doghouse on YouTube. I appreciate that generosity very much. Welcome to the dog home. Alec, Rukak is ahead of you. But if Rukak's not here either, then we can do you as well. So can this hand play Magic? We have Hall of Oracles. Or I guess I'll play Crystal Grotto to scry 1. We are never having a creature to untap. So we have what? 3? We have 3 filter lands, which does nothing for us yet. So turn 4. Now can we play Asika? You're currently biking home. Then let's see. Then Rukak, are you here? And Rukak, if you're not here right now, then we can go to Elman and then White Bread. So turn 5. We have Guild Mage's Forum. We can play Urza for 1, 2, 3. And then, God, this is hard. God, this is so difficult. And then we have so we can play Will. So we'll do white, blue, colorless. And now we have 5 mana remaining, but it can't all be... Okay, so we can play Quintorius Loremaster by tapping out. Nothing's in our graveyard, so these guys don't do anything yet. Play Hall of Oracles. Yeah, I do think it's just better to like... To just super save up and then rip the Prismatic Bridge and then just be like, hey, check out this dumbass. He's a 0/5 who does nothing when he enters the battlefield. Yeah, I'm going to bookmark this. I will be duplicating this. I will be duplicating this with a playable land base and then bringing it as an actual one Personal question from Darebrained. Other than day-night, what are mechanics that you fucking loathe in MTG? Well, first of all, seek God, because I love day-night. Day-night fucking rocks. Day-night is a perfectly fine mechanic, and let me tell you how you handle it right now. The only ethical way to handle day-night is you say that the person who has the things that are shifting with the day and night triggers is the one responsible for calling out every day-night trigger. And if they miss them, when you are rectifying the triggers, you resolve them in the assumption that it was whatever game state was least advantageous to the day-night player. So what I mean by that is if you have somebody, let's say somebody gets a benefit every time it becomes night. The person with that benefit is responsible for tracking the day-night changes. And if you had a bunch of turns where you forgot to do anything and you're just like, oh no, we had day-night swap a bunch of times, you just say like, okay, then it never swapped. You don't get any triggers. You have to gentle parenting your way into day-night being a reasonable thing. Because I really like playing day-night with like Vadric. And it's also super real to just deny people their triggers. Like we can't be like, I think the number of take backsies we allow in casual is totally understandable and perpetuates some really lazy behaviors that make the game worse for everybody. And I think you get some weird consequences of that, and the day-night hate is a result of that. I think if we were all a little more willing to be firm with our friends and say, hey, no, you missed those triggers, we're not going to go back and like relitigate the last 3 turns with those triggers in mind, start tracking them better. So mechanics I don't like in general. Landfall. God, do I fucking hate landfall. I'm trying to create a deck with a theme of just being that guy. Most annoying MTG mechanics. Let's look at what Reddit thinks. You liar. You liar bitch. These people are all fools. These people are all fools. Extra turns, people definitely hate. Oh, Annihilator, people hate. So you're looking for the ones I agree with. I think I agree with Annihilator. I agree with Annihilator. I agree with Eminence. I don't agree with Initiative or the Ring Tempts You. Like, I really think this is just people that have like 2 brain cells that are working overtime and they're not willing to commit either one to the actual game of Magic the Gathering. No, theft is based. Reddit remains undefeated at being wrong. It's not Mill. I think like forced discard is really fucking annoying, and I often dislike it because very few decks are good at using it to actually win the game, and they only do it to prolong the game without having a thing they're trying to get to. Let's see, more Annihilator. Thank you, Mossy Man. Thank you, fellow landfall hater. God damn it. I can't upvote them, but in spirit, Mossy Man. Oh, attractions could be good. That would be like incredibly dirtily. You would pick up everybody who hates Unfinity. Yeah, so I'll suggest those to you. Goat is fucking awesome. Goat and Annihilator in the same sentence is truly insane. Energy, I think, is dumb. Energy, I don't think is going to make anybody crash out, but energy is pretty dumb. I know Mossy Man personally, they're exclusively a Superfriends Proliferate player. Damn. Ugh. Hey Mauld, you've streamed 3 days straight as of today, so I'm curious what the schedule is for the rest of the week. I hope you take some time to rest. Well, Lemon, I'm going to either disappoint you or please you when I say the streaming schedule is we're streaming every day until Thursday, at which point we are driving to the airport at like 6 in the morning to fly to Chicago for MagicCon Chicago. Now, to make sure that I'm rested, most of the time that I am off stream, I am either in a tub or I am lying down trying to sleep. The problem with this is that it has mega fucked. Trying to be really responsible with my sleep schedule for the first time in like a year and a half has fucked up my ability to sleep. I keep getting in bed at like 9 p.m. and I'm like, okay, I'm going to read my book for 30 minutes. I'm going to do some breathing routines. I'm going to close my eyes. It's going to be great. And then I'm like waking up in a panic at 1 a.m. And so I'm both like really well rested and not rested at all. Physical book, Willpower. I'm reading the Dresden Files. Prewin, Sky Solara, Gecko Gamer, Bekind Monk, and Redstonia YT. Thank you all for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. I think Nadu's pretty close to landfall. Which one am I on? I'm on Death Masks, which I'm debating whether or not I read through all of it, because I read Death Masks on a plane like 3 years ago, and so I still remember basically all of it. I'm still reading it just for the vibes, but I started with so this is the third one that I've read in the past week, which is, so I've read Summer Night I read yesterday, and then the before Summer Night, what was the name of that? It wasn't Full Moon, because Full Moon's the one that I skipped. I haven't done Red Rising. You should read Gideon the Ninth. That doesn't sound like a Dresden Files book. Why skip Full Moon? When I read online, when I read online about the order you should read the Dresden Files in, basically every online opinion I saw was like, skip the first 2 books. Even the people who like love the Dresden Files were like, listen, I'm glad we got the first 2 books because they got us the Dresden Files, but like, yeah, you can skip them. So a lot of people who were a fan of the books were like, the first 2 were great to get us the rest of the series, but the series gets a lot better from book 3 onward. Bro, without the first two books, I wouldn't be into the series. You're insane. I'm not insane. You're mad at the internet, not at me. And I will say, like, the third book is a perfectly fine entry point. The most difficult part of binging the series has been how good the books are as standalones. And so I'm getting like the same exposition in the first 10 chapters every book. And so there's some parts. Wait, so then do you just not know all the characters / events of book 1 and book 2 referenced in the later books? Here's the thing, Otter Pirate. Jim Butcher doesn't really do references. When Jim Butcher does a reference, he re-explains the entire event. And so I'm pretty sure whatever happened in book 1 and 2, I know about it because every time it is referenced in passing, we get a fucking page of exposition about what it was. Like, there are some things that I'm catching as like, oh, this is like a call out to a thing that happened in a previous book, like one character killing another thing with a chainsaw. But like, because he's designed his books to be read even if you've not read the entire series, anytime he mentions a thing, you're getting the fucking backstory of it, if it matters. So this post hurts my brain. Please avert my eyes. Avert my eyes. So here, we'll do this. Fuck off, AI. So I've read Grave Peril, Summer Night. I read Grave Peril, Summer Night. I'm on Death Masks right now. And then I still need to do all of these. This person recommends not reading these two until after you've read Grave Peril, at least, because it's better as a prequel. So either way, I think that, like, you don't get all of Murphy's development. Murphy's gotten a ton of development in just these two books. Gamer 101, the Stream Deck Help is only for Patreon members and Ko-Fi support. If you've posted a deck in Deck Help, there are a ton of people in our Discord who are going to be willing to help you for free. But for the stream stuff, it is paid. You get a lot more with the first two. I don't really feel like I'm missing anything. Like, I'm sure that it will deepen my appreciation of Murphy as a character, but I'm also, like, I already like the series enough that I don't really need Murphy to be a deeper character than she already is. Oh, Discworld is the fucking GOAT. But Discworld is another series where it's like, yeah, you can totally skip around in Discworld too, just like you can skip around in here. So yeah, we're on the third book right now. Vesh, we looked at a couple of the Final Fantasy cards at the beginning of stream. Yeah, reading Vime stuff is good to read in order. I get what people mean by skipping book 1 and 2. I just don't like part skipping. It's like people who tell you to skip part 1 of JoJo. True, the part you should skip of JoJo is fucking all of it. I cannot watch that show. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is like One Piece to me, where all I hear is people talk about how good it is, and then I look at the art style, and it takes everything in my power to not rip my eyeballs out of my head. I think I got through maybe 5 episodes of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure before I just couldn't take it anymore. And like episode 5, I didn't even look at the screen. Episode 5, I tried to not even look at the screen, and I just tried to like hear it, and even then I couldn't do it. Asta Gaming MTG, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Did you start at 1 or 3? Knightsy, I think I started at 1. Holy shit. Hi, Lupo. We're talking about how much we hate JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Hi, Raiders. Hello. Bean, brace yourself. We're talking about commander decks and how much I hate JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Hello, everybody. Oh shit, Lupo. You may have to dine and dash. I have to show you this fucky ass list we were looking at. Somebody built a commander deck of all planeswalkers, but desparked. This deck is my new fucking religion, and I'm about to inflict it on as many people as possible. Nobody showed Dahlia. Nobody was talking about Dahlia. We were being normal, and we were not talking about Xenoblade Chronicles. Lupo did just drop in. I'm gonna do the shout out. I think we all know who Dr. fucking Lupo is. I think we're all aware, but if you're not, go watch him. Phenomenal streamer. I watched him for years and years and years, got to meet him in person and play against the worst goddamn Baral list I had ever played against. If you'll be in Chicago, you will see me. I am bringing a number of new decks that are all new kinds of fucked up. So, Prince, you may actually not know Lupo. Oh, God. I don't need you to have new shit. Yeah. Have a good day. Thank you so much for the raid. Have a good one. What type of player are you? You look like a Spike. Oh, dog. I'm so sorry to disappoint you. My current favorite deck is a deck I call Into the Glizzyverse. Let's show you some stuff. This is my current favorite deck in the whole world. It uses 5-color Niv Mizzet, who's absolutely terrible. How do we make this work? We put every other Niv Mizzet into the deck list, and then we put in clones. My only goal in life is to have as many Niv Mizzets as possible on my battlefield. Will I win these games? No. The deck currently is like 1 for 8. But it is my favorite deck in the entire fucking world because it is also a 50 creature deck. And so I also play Lurking Predators in it. And so at some tables, it is able to keep up because if you give me 6 turns, to just play lands, I'll just start flipping Niv Mizzets. Oh, Darnassus Princess, is Dr. Lupo bigger than Maldhound is in Magic? Prince, as an exaggerator, I cannot think of an appropriate spectrum to capture how much larger Dr. Lupo is than me. I legitimately, in terms of, I'm trying to think of mountain jokes, Taco Bell shit versus Chipotle shit jokes. Bro is generational. Dog, I've not played against Kibler yet. I've played against Olivia because I've gotten to go on Elder Dragon Hijinks. Dr. Lupo's offline chat is bigger than this one. Yeah, Dr. Lupo is... Yes, very cool dude. Is absolutely massive. But is super fun. We have a ton of people I'm going to thank for follows, and then we're going to get into the next deck roast. Vulture TMM, Alfex, Treasury of Doa, Searchall, Kinsbane, Scuba Scav, 4K Pancake, Rabster, Legion 713, K-Chaps, Wicked Clown 1987, Clown Juice, Thundercrack, The Big Cat 8, Warp View, NYC Pawnbroker, and Mega Beast XXVII, as well as Spooky Jukes 1 and Captain Curvy 608. You're not catching me. Thank you all for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. So without further ado, we're going to do Elkman's Roast, because I don't see Rukak. but I do see a bunch of other people. And speak of the devil, I missed something in the compiler. Oscar, thank you for gifting 50 memberships in the YouTube chat. Holy shit, that is so, so generous of you. Welcome to Dog Heaven, Oscar. I appreciate you very much. Now let's see what Elman is cooking. This deck is rated silly, spooky. Goal of the deck is simple. Mill myself as much as possible to fill the grave with shrines. Okay, so you're a lost soul. Hold on. Oh, I see it. They just included a Moxfield link and an Archidect link. Shrines for the Master of Keys. Use the Master of Keys to recur my shrines and other high value or removal enchantments until I get enough triggers or shrines. Yada, yada, yada. I build Legos, they explode, you die. Sadly, that's not what's actually going to happen. I selected silly, spooky because I know it's probably silly, but I want it to get spooky. I refuse to believe that if you have put in shrines, we are doing anything short of generational war crimes. Okay, not this guy. If this guy's in the deck, then yeah, it's bad. But if we're doing these shrines, we're doing Go Shintai behavior. Let's see what you're doing. Okay. So the rules we have: soft $165 budget. Alec, I swear to God, I'm gonna make you proxy. I swear to God. No fast mana, no accidental infidence. Love that. Tutors are okay if you're not tutoring the same card every time. So you're trying to marry Self, Mill, and Enchantress. I knew I wanted to build around this guy. You can't find a good win condition beyond I'll outvalue them eventually. So I came to the conclusion of shrines. So you said, I want a better win condition, then I'll outvalue them eventually. So we're going to go with shrines, which are sort of the definition of like dividend investing in Magic the Gathering. You have a lot of card touching, which I do like. We don't have a lot of removal. Oh, we only have 9 shrines. So here's your problem. First and foremost, if we're going to be a bastard, we got to be committed to being a bastard. Chief VTMN, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. Welcome to the dog home. Danger Noodle, hit me with that personal question as you please. But since most of the shrines rely on having a ton of shrines to do literally anything that matters, I think shrines are probably not going to be our way out if this is the most we can get. I don't know how many shrines there are. Every day I have a pretty active ritual of trying to mind wipe myself to forget about cards in Magic that I hate, shrines of which are included in that. So here's the list of like, this is how we win. I mill you, I kill your creature, I make some 1/1s. That's not bad if the ceiling on this effect wasn't 9. Gain 2 life, incredibly whatever. Force discard, which that might make you win the commander game. You're not going to keep your teeth. Draw some cards. That could get you to something that wins. And then draw X, where X is the number of shrines you control. Yeah, that's whatever. Stone Fangs. I remember that name. Yeah, this one can win. This one can win commander games. So each opponent loses X and you gain X, where X is the number of shrines you control. That I almost believe in. We can turn, that is dickheadery that we can turn into pretty serious dickheadery. Lucamus, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Mauled, you may not be the biggest MTG content, but you break up the YouTube doom scroll on the way to my work commute, so I appreciate you. I appreciate you for kicking off that hype train. Lucamus, welcome to the dog pile, my friend. So in terms of win conditions, now in silly and spooky, we don't necessarily want to combos. We don't want a lot of cards that just say, okay, I win the game, fuck you, die. Bleh. What we do want is we do want cards that are going to create a preponderance of bullshit that turn into a win for us. So what does this commander do? We can cast cards from our graveyard by exiling 3 other cards. That's pretty good. Now this is legendary, which that sucks because my first idea was, well, what if we copy Sanctum of Stone Fangs? That could win a game of Magic at some point. This enchantment removal I think is good. We can recur it. I think that I'll let you keep Victor Nation just for the Surveil 2 trigger. I think the rest of this is Christmas Land. Let's see, we have ramp. This is all kind of intelligent. Nefarious card touchery. So all of these either surveil or get something into the graveyard. That's good. That's responsible. So how do we get around the fact that your win con is weight? How do we get around the fact that your win con is eventually paint is going to dry, this player's kids are going to grow up, and they're going to walk away from the table to go to their college graduation ceremony, and then you can detonate the bombs that you have planted under the stage. I know there are some ways to copy the things that we have. The important thing is going to be, can we copy things while breaking the legendary rule? Because if we can't copy things while breaking the legendary rule, we either have to pull in a lot of tutors or things are going to get pretty fucked. I'm seeing a lot of copies. I'm not seeing anything that lets us break the legend rule with these copies. Oh. Okay, so maybe we can do something with Mirror Maid. Maybe you can do something with Ondu Spirit Dancer. Maybe you do something with Court of Vantress. Maybe with Estrid's Invocation or Copy Enchantment. But if we start doing this, we need to start including a ton of other ways to break the legendary rule. Otherwise, we copy a ton of shrines that don't really do anything. But no matter what, we need to get to like critical mass of shrines that do something. Right now, shrines that do something are Stone Fangs and Shared Purpose do something. Wicked Good Spark Double would be a good pickup, except we don't give a singular fuck about creatures. The biggest problem is that we do not give a singular fuck about creatures. Sakashima would do it, because Sakashima just turns off the legend rule, period. But then the problem becomes none of the things in this deck currently cooperate with us getting creatures out. We have a really good pipeline for getting enchantments out. We do not have any type of pipeline for getting creatures out, so this just becomes a like, wait, let me cook. I promise the deck is different, and then you play 8 shrines and everybody removes your phone number from their contact list. No. Sakashima breaks legend rule for all permanents. So if we could get Sakashima onto the board, we could begin copying Sanctum of Stone Fangs. We do need to make sure that the other things that do this apply to everything and not just creatures. Because right now we're very much in the like bad nature documentary zone of a commander deck rather than a functional commander deck that has purpose. I I'm going to fuck up my own power scale right now and say rather than silly to spooky to scary, this is probably like bad spooky. I think if you play this deck, it does not scream silly to me. I don't think you can say, oh yeah, I'm casting a bunch of stuff from my graveyard. Like, I'm super reliably throwing a bunch of Lincoln logs for terrorists onto the battlefield every game. I don't think that's ever silly. And so I agree with what you said in the primer, which we have to get this to spooky. And if we're going to get this all the way to spooky, you may have to go more into generalized ways to get creatures back to hand, and then just keep leaning into the like mill myself. When I get the creature I need, we take it back to hand. Let's see, what things get creatures out of our graveyard back to hand? I know there's like Oversold Cemetery, but that's gonna be kind of buns for this deck because we're not gonna have a lot of creatures in the graveyard. Oh, we could copy courts. Yeah, Elman, how do you feel about being a politician? Because that is something where it's much easier to turn it into something strong with fewer copies, and they're non-legendary. And so how would you feel about a alternate art of the Master of Keys where they're like a shitty British judge? Because then we can get something going. There's 2 of the courts in each color. So we have Court of Ambition. We have Court of Cunning, which... Ooh, Court of Ardenvale. Court of Ardenvale might work for us. What's our curve? Is our curve even mildly responsible? Okay. Our curve works with Court of Ardenvale. Well, I don't like it, but it's good for you. Then we have Court of Grace. Okay, yeah, Elman, let's break down what's going on in that diseased little mind of yours in the first place. So you want it to be Master of Keys. Are you set on shrines because they're shrines, or do you just want I want a win condition that isn't going to make everybody hate me? Darebrand, thank you for that O-tag. Yeah, so these are the ones that we've got. We've got mill stuff, make people lose life, get my stuff back, make angels, steal stuff, Court of Vantress. Ascent of the Worthy. No, I'm not set on shrines, so go wild. I thought that'd be a fun, unique sub-theme to play with, but goldfishing the shrines didn't feel great. Okay, perfect. And I can see why. Like, shrines kind of suck at the best of times. They suck even harder when you only have one that even approximates a win condition. Nox, thank you for the random Smasher Pass redeem. Guys, they're literally colonizers. They're literally colonizers. No, bad energy. Bad vibes. I'm not saying they're not, like, probably generically attractive people, but let me put it to you this way. They've just gotten off a ship. Who knows how long they've been on this ship. And they've been in armor, which is sealing the flavor in. They're not givers in the sack. Yeah, this is not the armor of a generous lover. So we're going to pass on them. They can conquer something. Go outside. Don John 15 and Bonehood 112, as well as Ginja Ninja and Chimichang and Squishy and Mandrew and Kaisar Malus. Thank you all for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the dog house, my friends. They're vampires. Do they even sweat? I mean, did you watch Nosferatu? Did you watch hit movie Nosferatu? Because this guy smells bad. I'm going to keep it real. Not the actor, I hope. But this guy, he fucking smells bad. So vampires, they now smell bad. Okay, so now Alec, the thing we're not doing Ascent of the Worthy. The thing I'm sorry to tell you is that no matter what we do, the win con is going to be something people hate you for. You cannot do anything kooky with the Master of Keys. The Master of Keys is a very, very strong engine-based, like he's a very, very strong card access commander, and Esper Enchantments is a very, very strong thing. We're never going to end up with a version of this deck that is welcome at a pool party. We can get to a version of this deck that is definitely more satisfying than, okay, I play Shrines and wait. But I think the version of the deck that is going to be more satisfying than I play Shrines and wait is going to be, Court is in session! You are going to have to work on a British accent. And what I would do is I would do the courts. I would do those copy enchantments that we looked at. And I would just be like, okay, upkeep trigger, lose 60 life. Upkeep trigger, lose 60 life. Main phase 1 trigger, suck 1. And then that is basically all you do. Court of Cunning will either work to mill yourself for access to these, or they're going to work to mill somebody out once you get enough copies. Oh, 3 Steps Ahead is another good call out. Crazy good, just like generic blue card from Thunder Junction that's going... Oh, artifact or creature, though. Never mind. I thought it was permanent. I'm crazy. Ooh, Mocatality suggests a French accent. I like that. Yes. I mean, you see, I have, how you say, never done a French accent before, but I will do one for this deck. Welcome to Castle de Ardenvale. Here we will be getting back our shit for free. And you just do that. And then, listen, they're still going to hit you, but at least you're having a good time while they hit you. I do think Baelmerk Leech is reasonable. Is Grim Guardian reasonable? Yeah, this like ETB lose life. Sure. I'm not sure I believe in Conrad. We're really low on creatures, and we don't want to have expensive... This is, again, you're writing a check that says everyone else is allowed to hit me once because this card is so good. It's such a mean card that's not actually moving your deck forward that quickly. So I would cut him just because, like, you know, don't bring your grandpa to the function. Don't bring your grandpa to the function. He's gonna make everyone weird about it. Because this is not a keg stand grandpa. By the way, some grandpas can come to the function, just not this one. I don't think we're particularly light on card draw. Can you use your accent and say, my name is Remy Lebeau, Le Diable Blanc, but you can call me the Gambit? Oh, God, dude. When my editor gets this footage, I'm going to make them green screen me onto Channing Tatum's face for this. How you say, my name is Remy Lebeau, Le Diable Blanc, but you can call me the Gambit. The kiss is just for Channing Tatum. I'm so glad he got to do that fucking role, man. So in terms of other really good card draw we can have in here, the generic stuff is Phyrexian Arena, which is definitely lame, but is definitely on the flavor of I'm doing Esper enchantments, suck my nuts. I think this amount of ramp is pretty good. Honestly, at this point, let's play test it and see what the problems are with it. So for the purpose of this playtest, we are going to assume that every shrine is just a court. So we play for sure tapped. We play for sure tapped. We play untapped Signet Talisman. Cookery. And then we use the Signet. So it would have been Signet. Oh no, so we can't play the Mana Dork this turn. Turn 4. Underground River. Now we get this Mana Dork, and now we do Faithful Mending. Draw 2. I'm going to get rid of 1 land. I'm going to get rid of 2 lands, actually. Because we've been hitting all our land drops. And then we can... I'm going to put this thing over here because we can flash it back later. Godless Shrine. Fuck our life total. Float 1. Is it top 1 or top 2? Put just the top. We'll commune with evil as Le Diable Blanc. And then I'll take the removal. Something's probably happening that's a problem at this point. So I'll say touch the Spirit Realm. Boom. Fuck you. I've removed your problematic creature. Okay, so now we have our first court. I'm going to say, because of who I am as a person, and because it would be helpful to me, that this is going to be the mill court. So we play the mill court. Oh, I put the talisman. All right, we're back. We're back. Shut up. I tap 4 mana, mill myself to play the mill court, and then funeral rites. So draw 2, lose 2, mill 2. Play a land for turn, ramp even more. I do like how much you're ramping. This is near green player levels of mana preposterousness, which is very positive. And now we're going to, well, on upkeep, we definitely don't have the Monarch anymore, so we just mill 2. And then, I mean, fuck it, let's do X equals 0. Let's be crazy. We mill 0, but we can escape Gravebreaker Lamia. So I'm going to get rid of the sorceries because we're never getting these back. I'm going to search for... I would search for Court of Ardenvale here. And then we'll pretend... I don't know, fuck it. Upside Down Faithful Mending is the recursion court. That's hot for us. Then we play that. And then I think after that we start recurring Entity Tracker or Sage of Mysteries. Yeah, I like this. I like that a lot. So that is the angle I think you should go here. What the hell? So rather than trying to do all this legend rule shit to try to make the shrine game plan work, I think we switch over from Legos for Dipshits and we go into Courtesan Session, and you do an RP British accent, and we just copy a ton of courts. I think after you play test it a little bit, you can probably cut 1 or 2 courts in favor of either better copiers or maybe some like slow tutors, or maybe even some like boring shit like Phyrexian Arena. Like people are going to call you, listen, this card's boring, okay? It's very good. It's very boring. People are going to call you boring anyway because you're playing Esper. Nobody is ever going to fucking high five you or call you their little pog champ when you're an Esper player. Sometimes you just got to win the game. Another... I would think about this for card draw as well. This is another engine where it's like, this is expensive enough that it shouldn't make anybody crash out, but it's a card draw engine that you can get back. That you can fetch back out of the graveyard after you... Oh, what's the Demon Room? Yeah, the Demon Room! this bullshit. If we get a demon out, that could be pretty fucking silly. This is another engine where, like, people are more willing to accept an Esper player who self-harms, or is at least self-deprecating. If you play Esper in public, you have to be like, oh, I'm such an asshole, at least one time. An Unholy Annex is perfect for that because they're going to be like, okay, well, you're losing life. They're still going to think you're threatening. You will have to pay for both doors, yeah, as you clone the stuff. But I think that is worth it because after we get one... Don't say Ad Nauseam. No. We're still in spooky. Ad Nauseam is like combo deck scary territory. As long as we get one 6/6 demon out of this, we're totally fine with getting... with every other version of the room being end step, draw a card, ping everybody. So I think this also goes hand in hand with all the other enchantments that we're trying to copy to just drain the table down. I don't know if we have Moon-Blessed Cleric. There I was. They have Ripples of Undeath, Nikki. Alec, yes. If you copy a room, it's going to come in locked. It's not going to come in with whatever side you had unlocked. Also unlocked. It's going to copy a like locked version of both rooms. But it would still be pretty good for you. All right, so with that, we're back to the pre-roll, mid-roll demons. So next up, we have White Bread, then Admiral Scuznut. But until we do that, we are going to have to hit our manual ad break so that nobody's getting mid-roll ads or pre-roll ads in the middle of the next deck. So all of our new friends, I will banish you for a short time, but we will be back very quickly. Subs, it's whole time. Alec, man, I hope you enjoyed the roast. See you all in 90 seconds for White Bread's spooky deck. Oh, which is another clone deck. Amazing. Okay, chat. Helios, why are you doing heroin at 11 p.m.? Listen, as someone who's played Warframe, I get it. You gotta stop. Poison Ike, thank you so much for that Prime sub. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Welcome to the dog home. Let's catch up on follows. Did we get Bonehood? Either way, Bonehood 11-2, Don John 15, Duress Me Daddy. Internet wasn't a mistake. Sweet Rung, Woorike, Final Precursor, Wildcard. Thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. We are back. Helios, nothing's wrong with Warframe except whenever I look at Warframe, I look into an abyss of like where my life could just disappear because I'm not responsible. If you are playing Warframe responsibly, more power to you. Could not be me. Update on my That Guy deck. We now have stickers Attractions, Day Night, Initiative, Cathar's Crusade, Selvala Explorer Returned, and Panglacial Worm. Yeah, you are going to get drawn and quartered. You are going to get drawn and quartered, Darebrand. Strawberry Kiwi Danimals, thank you for the Prime resub for the second month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. I don't think Selvala... Yeah, the times I've played against Selvala, I've enjoyed myself for obvious reasons. I guess some people... No. Okay, I get it. Because some people do crash out about group hug. There's the Panglacial Worm tech, but on top of using Selvala to show everybody your big hungry worm, Selvala like does make some people crash out, because some people, whenever they see a symmetrical effect, they freak the fuck out. It's mostly Republicans. You know, I've seen this played against some people who start talking about bootstraps, start talking about denying antidepressant medication. Derbrand, I don't think I'm missing the point. I'm expanding on the point on top of Panglacial Worm. Like, I'm agreeing with you that if we want this to make people angry, the Selvala Selvala, and I'm just going to call it Big Schmeat, because that rolls off the tongue easier. If you do Selvala plus Big Schmeat, yes, that makes people angry. I'm saying this is even better as the commander for the deck, because some people will say, oh, you're being that guy just because you're playing Selvala. It's just, you're just adding layers to it, which is even better for this dog shit birthday cake you're building. Slifer No Lifing, thank you for the Twitch follow and the Prime sub. Danger Noodle and Bird Factser, thank you for the Prime subs as well. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I think... Elman, we're going to put you down here, but I want to emphasize that rather than like chaotic, it was more of like misguided for you. So I don't think it was like true chaos. I think it was more like you were directionless. And I think now we've given you some better and also worse direction on how you can make everybody hate you. Gorgo, Jeffrey dollars are just what I call Prime subs on Twitch chat because of Jeffrey Bezos. Yeah, chaotic in the sense that the deck was just sort of like wandering through Walmart trying to figure out what it was going to have for dinner. Gorgo MSE, thank you for coming over from the YouTube stream and giving me that Prime sub. I appreciate that generosity very much. And No Spoons Left, Only Knives, thank you for the Prime sub as well. I appreciate those Bezos bucks very much, my friends. Welcome to the dog home. Paulo55, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. And then Whitebread, are you here? If you were, I missed it. So please say, I wanted to say dirty things. Please say not dirty in the chat. Slifer, the two ways to get your deck on the list for this roasting is either to be a Patreon member or to buy one off Ko-Fi. The Ko-Fi are commission-based redeems. They are a stock that we fill up at the beginning of every month, and once they sell out, they're just done for the month. They're sold out for this month. They're going to re-up next month. If you do it on Patreon, your roast is not guaranteed. Bread is in the chat. White Bread just said not dirty in the chat, but thank you for the assist, Will. Fitzpull, hit me with that rant. Super Trollers wants to know. Being deleted. Thank you, mods, for deleting their message. We're now going to vamp for 20 hours about various attractive Xenoblade 2 characters. Yes, Elman, please copy paste it. Super Trollers wants to know, how much draw do you think the average commander deck should have? So many of my friends get blown out after one board clear and stare at a wall for 3 hours. Oh, I wish that this didn't exist on a spectrum and I could just be like, hey, put 20 in and call it good. First and foremost, it depends on whether your commander draws you cards. If Selvala is your commander, she draws you and everybody a card every turn. You don't need as much card draw. It also depends on how expensive the shit you want to do is. If you need to hit like every land in your deck to do anything, yeah, you need a lot of card draw. A general rule that I would suggest is you should have 3 to 8 pieces of permanent based card draw, and then another 3 to 8 pieces of instant or sorcery based card draw, and at least 5 of those pieces should not have anything to do with synergy. Which, hey, I know I'm throwing mad rules at you now. Welcome to science class. I'm Bill Nye the Cum Guy. So when I say they should be synergyless, is a lot of people will put card draw in their decks to try to fix their commander decks when that will only work if stuff is going well. I could not help from breaking a few people's necks for anybody who was listening closely. So when I say synergyless card draw, you want to have things like Frantic Search, because Frantic Search is going to draw you cards whether things are going well or whether you just got board wiped. There are other things, like Phyrexian Arena, which we talked about in the last deck. This is a permanent based, because it's an enchantment, it stays on the field, a permanent based source of card draw that just happens. You don't have to already be winning. You don't have to already be winning for this to work. It just fucking happens. Now you can contrast this with something like Bident of Thassa, if my internet would load. There we go. So this says whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you can draw a card. This is incredibly good if you get a lot of creatures and if people are letting you hit. If you have a deck that is like all 1/1 birds or all 1/1 fairies or creatures that can't be blocked. Like if you're doing Tetsuko Umezawa, Tiny Meat Gang can't be blocked, and you lay down a bunch of creatures that nobody can stop, Bident of Thassa is a crazy good card, but if you've just gotten board wiped, doesn't do fucking anything, right? And so you need to temper cards like Bident of Thassa with cards that are like relatively boring. And so these are cards like Frantic Search, these are cards like Night's Whisper, where if you have a hand that is almost keepable, let's say like, okay, this has some lands in it, this has some mana rocks in it so that I can pay for the commander I'm playing, and then after that, don't have anything good, you need unconditional, Droughted Gun, another way to frame it is conditional versus unconditional card advantage. Every deck needs at least a little bit of unconditional card advantage. Conditional card advantage is typically way more fun. Like conditional card advantage those are the pieces of card advantage that you really remember. The new Final Fantasy Commander decks. So we looked at these earlier in stream. I'll pull them back up. I think this is pretty sick. I think these are pretty sick, honestly. I'm going to hold my final opinions until I see what else is actually in the deck. But I think with all of these commander decks... Wow, they don't even have the... Where's the Reddit post? Get out of here, IGN. Christ above. Where's the good Reddit post? I went to the same Reddit post. Willpower, the lists are not out yet. So like there are some things we know we're going to get. I really just want I just want images of the commander cards. Okay, sure. God damn it, we can't read. I mean, do they have this on Scryfall yet? No, Scryfall's not with it. Elman, what do I do next? Do I break bad, stay the course, give in to the whispers, give in to the voices? It's on the IGN page? Okay. There we go. All right. So, like Cloud, Titus, Catgirl Prime, and Terra, who I've already referred to as Titty Wizard once in this stream. I think these are all like, and I guess KLM Royal Dutch Airlines, thank you. I think all of these are like minor riffs on stuff these archetypes already want to do. And I am legitimately like, I am so happy we're getting a round of precons that doesn't have a kill on sight commander. I think all of these decks are going to make the anime art haters crash out. Cause this is kawaii as fuck. Isn't Terra worse than Alicia for the same mana? I would argue that Terra is better than Alicia. So Terra gives herself flying, and Terra lets you pay 2, but does not have color restrictions to recur something with power 3 or less. And if we look at Alicia, so this has first strike, but no flying, and then you get power 2 or less tapped and attacking. I think the only world in which Alicia who smiles at death is better is if you're trying to do Master of Cruelty's combo kill because you're a stinky, stinky boy. If you're a stinky, stinky boy or stinky, stinky girl or stinky, stinky... I've said stinky too many times. I don't think it's a real word anymore. Or a stinky, stinky NB. We're accepting here. I hate all of you equally. And you're trying to do bullshit Master of Cruelty stuff. That works better with the previous Alicia. This Alicia has a much better top end, but is probably kill on sight. If I saw this Alicia, I am putting a bullet in her skull instantly. For Terra, because it's power 3 or less, you get access to way more cards. So many value pieces, stacks pieces, whatever. So much shit becomes more available to you by allowing the power to go one higher than Alicia who smiles at death. And Alicia who laughs at fate is just so good so quickly that I think most people are killing her. And then Y'shtola, I think this is the strongest commander. I think this is, without question, the strongest commander. And only half of that is because everybody is going to be too distracted by the art to actually look at the rules text. But the fact that this effect triggers off of any player losing life on any turn, this person is going to be drowning in cards. Thank you, KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. Cloud could get cranked, but because he's only a 4/4, even though he has haste, he's probably not turn 1 killing anybody. And he is at least he's distracting the Naya players by trying to convince them to go wide with their Voltron rather than go tall with their Voltron. Isn't it just one card a turn? So it's just one card a turn, but it can be on everyone's turn because it's each end step. So like Y'shtola, the Y'shtola player can suck everybody for a little bit of life. They draw a card. They pass to the green player. The green player swings a dinosaur, hits somebody for 6. Y'shtola draws a card. You pass to the Izzet player. The Izzet player does some artifact stuff, pings the table for 4. Y'shtola draws a card. So on and so forth. Now, if you have a table that's not crashing out, Fitzbull, I am telling you, the cat lady is going to suck you and you are going to die. This card feels like what Keza wanted to be. Yeah, I do think this is probably cooler Keza. Trollers, I don't think this is a stacks deck. I think some people are going to play this as stacks because they lack motion. But that is true of every Esper commander in the entire world. What because Y'shtola wants stuff happening. She wants everyone to be losing life all the time. Like, if this player gets enough background enchantments in place that they can guarantee that everyone's going to lose 4 life every turn, then it's kill on sight. But we all have to be so real that if you're losing 4 life every end step for doing nothing, you have already let the Esper player cook way too hard. Esper is really, really good at making people lose like 1 to 3 life a turn. 4 is more than you think. 4 life every turn is going to require other people to keep swinging out. And so if the Esper player is draining the table for 4 every single turn with no help from anyone else, you've already let them resolve like 3 other kill on sight enchantments. I would say Whispers of the Deep. Fitzbull, it does trigger from self damage, which I'm also going to count under like if we've let the Esper life payment deck resolve something they can pay 4 life into on other people's turns, also your fault. Also your fault. Simply lightning bolt them. Bolus's Citadel. Ethan's done it. We've broken Bolus's Citadel. Somebody call the fucking police. Guys? Holy shit, guys. I think this card might be good. I don't want to sound crazy. I don't want to sound conspiratorial. I think this card might be good. So that's how I feel about Y'shtola. She's probably not kill on sight by herself. Y'shtola is 100%. You're going to see this commander, and if you see this commander with like one of 10 other engine-based life loss things, then you gotta freak out. But if you see this commander by itself, you really don't need to freak out. She's kill on sight when she has other setup already. That's true, and is also kind of like the bar for every commander in the world right now. Super Trollers, I agree with that, with draw lands. MLP, these are the Final Fantasy commanders. So yeah, I fuck with these. I don't think I do not think Titus is new Atraxa. I'll be real. I think Titus is going to be a good Bant commander. I'm very happy they're incentivizing Bant for once to actually fight. But I do not think Titus is better than Atraxa. I think if Titus replaced Atraxa in popularity, the world would be a better place. The collector edition boxes are a bit much. Oh, Fitz, I'm with you. Listen, the pricing on this shit, don't talk to me here. You all want to know how I feel about the pricing on precons and the collector precons? Let's talk about it. Here's the most expensive card I own. Good talk. Good talk, everyone. Darebrained, I think the base price is $70 for one of these, and the collector's edition is $150. Serafina, this card was... So it's not actually the most expensive card I own, I don't think. So the thing is, all the cards I own are Z's. All of the cards I own are my girlfriend's. I own basically no Magic cards myself, but my girlfriend Z, in part through their work with Wizards and in part because they are a pack gremlin, owns a ton of cards, and so basically all of my decks are like borrowed from Z main character, who is also a content creator and makes good shit. Check them out. Samu BTDP 1985, Otterly, Malcor 2K, and Apollo 55. Thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. You have a sugar wife for Magic. Got it. Yes, you get it. You understand. Toxierland, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. Okay. I have to hit a 1-minute manual ad break to prevent the mid-roll demons from getting us during Whitebread's roast, and then we're going to do Whitebread's roast. Yeah, I think the current biggest strain on Z and I's relationship is I keep telling them to not play ranked League of Legends alone, and they keep playing ranked League of Legends alone. They keep jungling by themselves, you guys. And every day I'm like, baby, please, baby, don't do it. And they're like, but I'm gonna climb. But I'm gonna climb. Have you ever done a Patron of the Moon? Let me look. The moon! How do you get into League, White Tiger? Extremely carefully and extremely slowly. The number one thing I can recommend for playing League of Legends is never play alone. It is like doing drugs. It does need to be a social outlet, and you should never do the hard stuff, which is ranked. If you play League, you have to treat it like Mario Party, and then it could be a pretty good time. But if you don't treat it like Mario Party and you take it really, really seriously, you're going to have the worst time of your whole life. Yeah, ranked solo queue in League of Legends, absolute recipe for disaster. Solo queue for life? All right, somebody help Nikki. We gotta help Nikki. If I get one more ad for a Subaru, I'm gonna Suba lose it. I wish I got to choose. I wish I got to choose which ads I rolled. Okay. Ad break's over. It's Whitebread's time. Spooky. This is one of my more optimized and fun decks. Basically, the idea is just to get out Vile Smasher and Sakashima Vile Smasher and clone appropriately from there, continually dealing more and more random damage. Comes with a litter of fun, free spells and instants to maximize damage dealt. Mostly I'm just looking for general improvements, and if you think there's a weakness that should be shored up in some way. I mean, definite weakness is going to be the smell. Gary, there's a bomb strapped to my chest. I'm going to open this. Not on the screen display. I think I'll get copyright struck for this. Everyone go play this in the background while you listen to this. That is funny. Listen. If you brought out a deck box that had that label on it, I would snicker a little bit. Okay, so we're copying this guy, and then we're going to deal damage equal to our first spell every turn randomly, so the general game plan has to be turn 3, I play Vile Smasher, turn 4, I play Sakashima, Turn 5 and beyond, I slam a Birkin bag on the table. Is that the whole thing? Bomb a non-player. So counterspell just to make him mad. And then yes, everything that costs way too much fucking mana. You do okay. Undaunted is clever. Undaunted is pretty clever. Holy crap, it's not Turbo Nos. World's first restrained Grixis player. Only silly Grixis player in the tri-state area. I like this counterspell. I love this fucking card. I've still not gotten to resolve it myself in a game. I've had it resolved against me, which hurt, but it's such a funny card. Okay, snuff out. God, that's so... If opponent controls a forest and you control an island, you can play this without paying its mana cost. This has to be a new staple for me. This is such good grime. We're drowning an elf. We're drowning an elf on the art. I gotta update all my decks. Hold on. You see this Deadly Rollick? Boom. New card. That's the power of printing, baby. Augur Mal, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I think I'm going to throw up, Mauled. Why must you do these things? Come on, man. Would you rather I play Deadly Rollick? There we go. Ready to play. Okay, so I love that. This card's terrible. Listen, guys. Listen, guys. This is like one half of a counterspell, and I realize it does have technically a free cost. Our cards do matter. Our cards, I think, do matter more than dealing 4 damage randomly. So this is the first one that I don't like as much. Card bombs. Okay, I like big score. I like that. Yeah. That's fine. Sure, for curiosity. I feel like Distant Melody you picked just because it was expensive, and I think that's when we start to get a little silly. It's what, 4 mana, draw 2? Right? It's like 4 mana, we choose Goblin, and we draw 2. Based. So Painful Truth. This could be 3 mana, draw 3. I'm good with that. Okay, we have a Delve card. Where's Hole Drifter? Yeah. Hey, where's the other callback they did? I swear to God, motherfuckers print one good card and will never let you forget it. Hole Drifter doesn't evoke, I fear. No, but it costs $1 million. Counter Shadow 10, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Cool rocks I found while mining for gunpowder. Extremely responsible of you. We need a ton of these. Mr. President, a second bomb has hit the players. Okay, we're doing even more cloning. Excellent. Excellent. Yes. Yes. Okay. I see the vision. And then we have some damage doublers. Theft is based and I want more triggers. You're right and you should say it. It's just really funny, Mauled. Please don't make me cut it. Why would I? It's 15 damage to a random person. That's awesome. I will say, this isn't even an attack on you, White Bread. As a PSA, this is the only instance in which I'm letting you roll a die to determine who you attack. Fucking pick somebody. Pick somebody to bully. Unless the card tells you it has to be random. If you are allowed to choose where that damage is going, you tell somebody why you don't like them. You tell them, I don't like the color you're playing. I don't like your hairline. I don't like the shitty Jordans you wore in. You pick something arbitrary and you make a fucking enemy. Anyway, let's move to the playtest. No lands? Excellent. Jarvis, cue up the Vine Boom. All right, how much does God love us? How much does God love us? Fuck. All right, we get to play Magic. We get to play Magic, put the Vine Boom away. So turn 3, we get to Sakashima. Right? Yeah, we do. We lost a life, though. Turn 4, we get to double cast, so we've dealt 4. I will track the damage with this initiative token. We're at 4 total damage dealt to somebody. Turn 5. Clone again. This is now 8 total damage, or additional damage put on to some number of people. We play this again. So this is now 12 additional damage. Turn 7. We've somehow managed to not hit a single other land. Well, we play this and bitches die, I guess. So for rooms, they're going to count. The rooms are going to count as combined. So this is 4 plus 7. So this is 11. Seen by 4 clones, which is 44 damage. So we're up to 68. Yeah, White Bread. The mana value of a room, I believe. Let me double check. Hold on. I might be wrong. On the stack, it's the characteristics of the door you're casting. So I was wrong. So it's both sides in the hand and graveyard. It is only one side when it is on the stack and when it is on the field. So it is only going to be 4, seen by 4, which is still 16, which I think still puts us to 40. So that does suck a little bit. So we can't do room, or we can't just room max. Then turn 8. So I mean, even for hitting basically 0 land drops, this is a fucking truly heinous amount of damage we're spreading around. So what happens if we get a functional land base? I guess we'd never fucking know, huh? I guess we'd never know. Alright, turn 5. We get to resolve Vial Smasher. We get to Soul Ring, Sakashima. Let's bring back... We'll call it Experience. I think Experience is a better counter for this. Back up to 4. Now it's turn 7, but now we're hitting other lands. We Spark Double up to 12. We duplicate up to 24. We're playing 2048. Anyway, this is a pretty good playtest we're having of the Vial Smasher Sakashima deck. Yeah, I really like your mana curve here. I like what you're doing with the card draw section. I do think the interaction is a little flimsy based on the play patterns I'm seeing as we get to the later stages of the game. I think you could really do with either like one board wipe or really anything that wasn't you know, this persistent gameplay pattern of just fuck it, double it and pass it to the next person. Homeowner, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, and congratulations on owning a home. Oh, it would be 1, not 4, because we did the Soul Ring first. That is true. Sky Singe, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. So, things we could fix. I feel like low effort things we can fix are setup pieces that let us draw discard. So in terms of like draw engines, we're never going to be, I always spell it wrong. We're never going to be flipping Mazzolanti, but drawing and discarding is going to be a great way to sort our hand a little bit better, because it does seem like we were missing a ton of land drops. Because 36 is in the middle, but we have a wildly irresponsible mana curve. Yeah, look at this. Look at this pillar we've got at 4. This is an otherwise normal mana curve with an awkward teenage boner right at 4. Do you know anything about CEDH? Could I donate for your opinion on my CEDH loot deck? I don't know enough to feel comfortable accepting money for it. If you want to pay me money to make fun of you as a person, I can definitely do that. But when it comes to roasting a CEDH deck, I can tell you, like, hey, buddy, that's not quite meta enough. But unless you want me to put on a French accent and go like, well, it seems to me that you do not have an answer for Kinnan. That is about all I have for CEDH, which if you want that, then there's the Patreon membership and the Ko-Fi commissions, and I will talk to you about what meta CEDH decks I think could beat you in a French voice. But anyway, let's get back to this deck. Shit we need to fix. So there's looters. Yeah, there's... We could do Merfolk looter. What other... I want to know what other delve stuff we get. I refuse to believe that Treasure Cruise is the only delve spell that's good enough. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Oh my god, you might actually be able to win the game with a card like this. It's still too expensive. Bro, please, we gotta bring Murktide Regent back. Please, bro. We gotta bring Murktide Regent back. As you said... Theft is based. So let me talk to you this way. I think that a lot of our card draw should become draw discard engines, and then we should use that to fuel our delve bullshit. Or we should start playing things that are like Dire Sight, where it's surveil 2, draw 2. Like, I think right now... So I think if I was going to fix one thing about this deck, we don't have a very good crescendo. We get out into the, like, 4 mana range, and then we really hang out in the 4 mana range, and we just kind of, like, putter along. We're merging onto the highway at 45 miles an hour, and I think if we took a little bit of this on-ramp and we had maybe slightly more responsible ramp and not even more responsible, but just like a little bit more and more card selection, and we just started looting through this deck like a motherfucker, then we could play some really funny shit later on. Like some supremely funny shit later on. Oh, true. Faithless Looting finally gets to return to the stream as a card that is worth putting in the deck. This card has been in timeout for fucking forever because so many of our decks needed actual card advantage rather than just card selection. This deck needs card selection. You just need your lands. You straight up just need enough lands to get Commander, Birkin Bag, and then you kill everybody. Big Bright Flash 37082, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I feel like this deck is the perfect example of how you can technically be a 2, but are really just a bad 3/4. See, Glyph, that's not true, and I'm going to tell you why. The moment we started going, how do we pick good cards to power up this deck's synergy to win the game faster, we became a 3. We became a 3. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we fit into the secondary criteria of 2. This is very much secondary criteria. We are picking cards because they are good and because they do as much damage as possible as quickly as possible. Just because it's not an infinite doesn't mean we did not move immediately into bracket 3 as soon as we started talking about how can we do 10 damage as quickly as possible. So anyway, so I think like Arwen's gift, we should be replacing this with things like Faithless Looting, things like Dire Sight, even things like Rowan's Grim Search. You need to steal a bunch of cards from Lelo's Master of Keys deck that is going to dump shit into the graveyard. No, don't put in the No Reason Infinite. We still want to be, like, for me, the peak deck, peak Magic for me is a deck that fits the secondary criteria of 1, but is a 3. Oh, Elman's Master of Keys. All right, Lelo had the Super Friends deck. Yeah, Lelo was the Super Friends. My bad. I'm saying this is the bad faith actor's favorite deck. That's also true, but there is like, I don't find it useful to talk about the bracket system with respect to the bad actors, because those people are going to be bullshit anyway. Like, there's no system we could build that would both be useful and would be unabusable by them. Ooh, Dragon Cultist. That's funny. I like that. I like that a lot. Deal 5 on cast, and then at end step, make a 4/4. Deal enough to trigger this shit on cast, make a 4/4 is fucking phenomenal. Oh yeah, if we wanted to do some like... Now the problem... Oh, 2/4/4, because our copies get it too! Or, well, Sakashima gets it. Not our non-commander clones don't get it, but Vile and Sakashima both get it. That's awesome. Yeah, put this in yesterday. The big problem with Shredder is we are mostly tossing this one up to our opponents because our deck really wants to tap out for one big dumb thing every turn and then move on. Ooh, I do like 3 steps ahead. I do like 3 steps ahead as just a modal whatever card. I have that card and Skanos Dragonheart. Can I put those together? Yeah, you can. I think they have Null Drifter already. They have Mole Drifter and Mole Drifter, but not racist. No, you're good, Glyph. If I seem a little tight about it, we've sort of gone through the same talk about it every stream after I did the video about it, which is not your fault in any way. So you do not need to apologize for that. But sometimes I get closer and closer to crashing out. But that is on me. Yeah, the spree card, the downside of 3 steps ahead. The downside of 3 steps ahead is that it's not going to count. It's only going to count for 1 blue. But I do think we want to have, like right now, this deck is built with the idea of every single thing we cast needs to be a good trigger for Sakashima and Vial Smasher. And I think the version we should move to is we have mostly stuff that are good targets, and then we have some stuff that are not great targets, but are explicitly better setup pieces for these two. And I think having fewer 4-mana things, and then having more 2-mana, 2 and 3 mana setup pieces, and more 10-mana fuck you delve cards is going to be more enjoyable for you. I think it's going to give you a bigger feeling of agency. You'll probably have to play around with the exact mix a lot. You should never, ever, ever cut Shadow of Mortality. It is the best part of this deck. I want more Shadow of Mortality, not less. So we double copy, hit for 6. So now we have 5 of these. Like, look how excellent this was. Because we got the land run up we wanted, now we cast this, kill everyone. Oh, and we would have gotten to draw an extra card. Yeah, we resolve City on Fire. We hit the table for 40 randomly. And then we snuff out on someone else's turn, which hits for 20, which is actually 60. And then on someone else's turn, we free Deadly Rollick, and then the table's dead. Hot Anime Moms, thank you for the Tier 1 Twitch sub for the 6th month in a row. Happy half-anniversary, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Yeah, like this is definitely strong, and it's definitely fucking awesome. This rips. So I think very few changes, but I would suggest a little more looting to help fix the curve out, and then I would suggest 1 or 2 more high cost delve things to just kill bitches. I think this deck might need protection spells because if Vial Smasher gets touched before Sakashima can hit the battlefield, the deck stops working. That is both true, and I don't think that means it needs protection. I think that just means it needs the card selection and ramp to hit its land drops. I think so let me walk you through this hypothetical. If we live in a world where I'm playing this deck, I resolve Vial Smasher, somebody shoots it before I resolve Sakashima, I say, okay, I take a turn off to ramp, gets to my turn again, I play Vial Smasher. Somebody shoots it again before I play Sakashima. I think unless you are playing at a table with precons, that only happens if everyone else has terrible fucking threat assessment, and no number of protection spells is going to fix that problem. I think that trying to make this deck really, really hard to touch defends you from the situation where the table is biased against you before the game ever started. But in every other situation, like, you're probably going to get removed. You're probably going to get removed like one time, and then you just play a mana rock and move on and start playing your game. I do think it's reasonable to expect that you're going to eat at least one board wipe or eat at least one commander-based removal over the course of the game. But I think if we start cutting a lot of this stuff for protection, we really would just want more counter spells, because like this deck is not worth killing until it's at the point where it's worth board wiping, which is a very important distinction. Like, it's not really doing a lot when it's just Vial Smasher. It's still not really doing all that much when it's Vial Smasher and Sakashima. Once you start getting like a third clone into the mix, then it gets crazy, and at that point you either board wipe or just like the table bands together and blows removal on you. So I'll say this is I think this is tuned mechanic, but I'm gonna say like not tuned totally correctly. Like, we're tuned, you're a Jhin player. League of Legends players will know what I mean, but this guy's entire thing in League of Legends is he just screams 4 all the time, and that's what this deck is doing. You're just running around yelling 4 and then moving on. True. We're definitely verging on spiteful. Houdini 3030, thank you for the Prime sub for the second month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home, my friend. And with that, I think Scuznut, you should be up next. We're still waiting on Rukak if they do show up. MLP, the deck would like X spells, but straight up, I do think Delve is just preferable. I think X spells are good. Looting and Delve is better in every realistic scenario we could get into. Great. We're going to hit a manual ad break to keep the pre-roll and mid-roll demons away. I appreciate y'all's patience with that. I will be back after a little potty break, and me and the subs can talk whole. All right, and we're back. No, none of you are getting this jacket for $5. In YouTube chat, I see you. This jacket, I got this at Burlington Coat Factory for $50. It's the first jacket I've bought in like a decade. I'm not letting go of it. It's a great jacket. Malt, can I get a can they get it on Bestow Greatness? I don't know what a WIAI is. Brother. That displeased me so much that I forgot where the camera was. Lettuce, it's definitely possible. It's definitely possible to get games with me at MagicCon. I'm going to do Saturday as my like play with patrons. There is a lady there. Yeah, but like the dog cannot be involved. Oh, would I adopt it? Yes. Yes. This guy, I don't care how much I'm paying for food. I'm making it work. So I'd say lady can get it, dog can adopt it. Willpower, have a good D&D session, and I will see you. Oh, my soft palate. I don't think we're going to get a league night in because I'm looking at my schedule and I have either streams or other collab stuff happening every day until we leave. When you go to the bathroom, do you ever refer to it as battling your demons? I don't think so. I don't think I've ever done that. See, the thing is, me and my girlfriend's sense of humor is not one where we do a lot of like cute metaphors for going to the bathroom. When Z or I need to go to the bathroom, we'll be like talking to each other in baby voice, and then one of us will like straighten up and go, I have to shit. Usually me. And then we'll just walk out of the room. Alec man, go underground. So I've never tried to think of like funny things to call a bathroom break because I just go like, it's poop time. And then I run out of the room. Okay, so with all that said, let's move on to Admiral Scuz Nuts deck. Silly, spooky. Blim hits people to give them shitty gifts that hurt them and slow them down. It's funny when it works. It usually doesn't work. He gets shot a lot. Yeah, you know what? I would also presume that Danny DeVito hands me a crate of dynamite. You're going to need a lot of protection for any interaction with Danny DeVito. Knox, hit me with a personal question as well. So for those of you who haven't played against Blim, when he hits you, he gives you something. Now that something is normally a card that is going to make you lose the game. So you have 26 gifts. Something like Captive Audience, where your life total is going to become 4, and everyone else is going to make a shitload of black zombie creature tokens. Okay. Hey, I got good news. We got a lot of things you can cut. This is a Twitter bookmark, by the way, not a card. I think aggressive mining is a good one. I think, hot take, I really like the art, but hot take, I think Abyssal Persecutor is crazy overrated in Blim. I think at most of the tables where Blim is welcome, the games take so long to end anyway. I've played against Blim decks. I've never seen Abyssal Persecutor be relevant. Not once. If you've had a different experience, I will accept that. But this seems like, Dear Diary, one day I'm going to stop Charlie from winning the game with his green Stompy deck by giving him Abyssal Persecutor. What's happened today, just like every other day I tried it, Charlie killed me with the Gishath deck 10 turns before I could resolve Abyssal Persecutor. It's mainly for the opponents can't lose. I still just like, I've never seen it matter. I think it's so good. I think it is so good in theory and so whatever in actual Commander play. So I'm going to put this on the short list of things to cut. It's not like Ash Zealot where, hey man, if you get to if you get to give this away, good for you. We're achieving basically nothing. Avaricious Dragon's kind of funny. There's certain types of players where you could definitely fuck them over with this. I worry about this because it is blocking you from swinging with Blim, which there's a political angle there, and also these people are already trying to cut your balls off. You don't need to help them. Coveted Jewel's hilarious. Demonic Lore is a good, like, low to the ground gift. Demonic Pact is fucked up. Endless Whispers is very funny. Honestly, Fires of Invention that's too much help. It's too much help. I would decide whether you want to help them or hurt them. This is just straight up too good. 2 spells a turn equal to the number of lands you control. Like, who are you playing with? If you look me in the eyes and you say, this is going to the Eldrazi player every time, and the Eldrazi player is getting locked out of their artifact ramp, then it's fine. I do think it's a dead card into any of these other decks who will just be like, oh, okay. Form of the Dragon's kind of neat. It's like super evil to set someone's life total to 5, and it also gives them Blim removal. Brother, what is the goat doing here? We gotta... Okay. I'm gonna let you pick what vibe you want this deck to be on. You want to suspect the other creature for evasion? Stop it. Stop it right now. We gotta play big kid Magic where people have guns. I'm playing the 1 mana draft chaff for evasion. People are trying to kill you, brother. People are trying to murder you in your bed. And you're like, I'll suspect him. So, Monty, like, butt goat is a valid defense. We cannot be butt goat in the same deck that's doing Demonic Pact. You lose the game. We gotta be in, like, the same zip code of vibes. Because what I'm looking at for this deck right now is if the main complaint is everybody kills Danny DeVito before he can hand them a stick of dynamite, I'm looking at what cards do a really bad job of protecting us, what can we cut to replace with something that's going to do a good job of protecting us. Not this guy, for sure. I think this is also verging into the territory of, like, too much help. We cannot simply hand out blockers for our own commander. I like this one. Players can't draw cards at the beginning of each draw step. Exile the top. If it's a land card, put it on field. Otherwise, cast it. So, like, Okay, Scuznut. I'm going to come to you as a person. We got to decide whether we are supervillains or Doctors Without Borders. Because we keep swinging wildly between... We are swinging wildly between the 3 totally different neighborhoods of... I'm going to speed the game up with Omen Machine, Master of the Feast, Fires of Invention. I'm an evil little dipshit who's going to wipe you off the planet. And finally, goat. we gotta pick one part of this Triforce that we are currently in. Yeah, wait, Omen Machine into Eldrazi? You are the architect of your own demise. You are your own reverse Flash. It was you, Barry. I want to speed the deck up and hurt people. This is a high-speed blowjob. This is not hurting people. This does speed some things up. But this is like the Turbo Jerker 5000 that you're performing for everyone else at your table. I think smoke. Okay, so if we want to speed the deck up, like I think pieces of stacks like smoke are actually good for you. Spiteful Visions is not good for you. Treasure Nabber's Theft is always funny. So I've seen Witch Hunt. I've seen Witch Hunt get resolved in a Blim deck. Does not do enough quickly enough. Does not do enough quickly enough. So I would suggest cutting Witch Hunt. I do like Xancha. No. Benjamin, I love Silent Arbiter. I love Silent Arbiter because we want to slow down the Stompy player's ability to beat us to death. Gotcha. Okay, gain control of a spell, copy it, then select the targets at random. Man, what if we played a good card? What if we played a good card? I like Hellish Rebuke. I like Imp's Mischief. I like Not Dead After All. Stunning Reversal is funny and tells me a lot about how people are currently reacting to this deck. Smoke is confirmed in here for the pun. Then we have a fair amount of removal. Non-creature spell equals goad. I think that's pretty useful at the for the types of decks you're playing into. We're not fucking suspecting. I hate Cascade. That's real. If you're playing against Zuladoc, this is earned. Ash Zealot, so technically Graveyard Hate. It's about as hateful as a 5-year-old telling them that they're stinky, and so I'm going to advocate that you cut it because it just doesn't do enough. So for cuts, Ash Zealot, Avaricious Dragon, Master of the Feast, Spiteful Visions, Archfiend of the Dross, Fires of Invention, Frantic Scapegoat. We did that. Omen fucking Machine. Witch Hunt, and then you could cut Treasure Nabber as well. Theft is funny, but it's basically only here. It's only here to be funny, and it's not here to be functional. But I think number one thing we got to reprioritize your life around is you got to stop helping. Like right now, you are the like, you know how the gimmick of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is they are just, like, legitimately bad people? Like, that's the bit, is it's not... You know, Seinfeld did that first, where it's no hugs, no learning, we're just a bunch of dipshits, nobody's actually healing, they're not silly haha gremlins who are actually really nice to you. That's who you need to be. And right now you're a silly haha gremlin who is still too concerned about patting everyone else on the ass. And so the consequences of that are you got to stop giving away blockers. If you are giving away something that can block Blim, it has to fucking kill them. After you stop giving away blockers, we need to focus the deck around the things that are either going to actually fuck people up, like aggressive mining, kill them outright, like Demonic Pact, draw us cards, like Jessica's Will or Greed's Gambit that we then hand off, or protection. And so the good protection cards that we don't have in here are like Deflecting SWAT. You can decide whether or not your table is appropriate for free interaction. The other things we can do is you can do the other 1 mana scam cards. So we have Not Dead After All. There's a couple different versions of this where, okay, fuck you, this guy's coming back. The other things we can do that are going to be in red, I don't think we have a lot of strict counterspells available to us, but I would say anytime you're like, oh, I should put a goat in here to give this guy evasion. Hey man, we solved this problem. We solved this particular problem back in like 2011. Darebrained, I do think they have those cards in already. And then thank you. Brotherhood Regalia is the assassin thing I was thinking of. We get a little bit of ward. We get unblockable. Oh, there's Tybald's Trickery as well, yeah. Actual factual red counterspell. Mishan9, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I agree with Boltben being peak. Blim is a 4/3. He does have enough meat for this card to be meaningful. I think I saw Return the Favor. But like let's playtest this right now and see how rough it is. So we'll scry. We have enough lands. We also don't have any ramp, which is a massive feels bad. I think we at minimum want to get like 2 to 3 mana rocks in here. We can play, we can't do Rolling Vortex because we did the tap land, but we can do Tainted Peak, Rolling Vortex. And now we can Blim. Doesn't have haste, which is also tough. Don't put in Soul Ring. Don't listen to Ico. Now turn 5. Rogue's Passage was very reasonable of you. So we draw 3. Boom. Give Demonic Lore away. That's fine. Now we're hurting somebody else every turn. Aggressive mining. Boom. We give it away. That's great. We interact with the Eldrazi player trying to play Zuladoc and spaghetti all over us. We free Jessica's Will. And see here, this could be a real card. Now we're giving everyone card draw when we could be handing out either another one of our very good game lock cards or just getting more protection or card advantage. And instead, We're like, actually, now I'm fucking Hugs Bunny. You remember this aggressive mining shit and this demonic lore shit I was doing? Forget about that. Everybody but one person draw cards because I'm just so fucking nice. Which is, again, not that bad. I just want to highlight that it's a big departure in energy from what you're doing with the rest of it. Monty wants to know, I forget, what's our serious take on Soul Ring? So I am a Soul Ring hater. I don't think Soul Ring deserves to be banned, but every deck I have ever played is more enjoyable after cutting Soul Ring, and I think most games of Magic would be more enjoyable if Soul Ring didn't exist. Darebrain, Double Strike is fine, but we're worried about marble countertops when we still have black mold on the floor. I don't think because we don't even have the shit to give away to support Double Strike. What do you want to give them, our Roiling Vortex? Start handing away our fucking lands? Like, I don't think we do not have the card advantage or gift density to want to be doing like, all right, Double Strike. Oh, fuck, here's my mountain. See again? Could have been a good card. Shame. I am not going to recommend Assault Vest to pass Blim around. I'm also not... Well, maybe. Hold on. Oh, is it Assault Suit or something? Actually, I'm going to say yeah. Yeah, if they can't attack us, because what this is going to incentivize is everybody's going to begin playing hot potato with all the crazy bullshit that you give to people, which is fun. So I would say find at least one, like Assault Suit is better than Witch Hunt every single game you play it in. Assault Suit is preferable to Witch Hunt 100% of the time. Yeah, it is also a May, which is great. Yeah, I like that a lot. So right now I'm going to say this is definitely Chaotic Spiteful. I like the vision. I like that you want to make your friend's life worse. But I think you definitely backed down from being an actual maniac and you decided to be more like a wet cat maniac. Spiteful twice in a row. I'm learning about myself. But the thing is, it's like half spiteful. It's like half spiteful, half soap opera. Because we do stuff partway through that is like Coveted Jewel. Where all we're doing is helping a ton of people. Although it is very funny in Blim specifically to get Coveted Jewel, give it away with Blim's effect, and then suddenly everybody has a reason to go after somebody else. So it does like work as a Blim card in the Blim deck. Yeah, the deck is like a villain whose evil schemes accidentally help the city. This is Joker's grand master plan to actually put more vitamins in the school lunches. The Joker is putting nerve toxin in all of the school lunches, but like they also have B12 too. Yes, Doofenshmirtz. This is extremely Doofenshmirtzy, and you need to become an absolute fucking bastard. I don't think this is how you spell bizarre. Oh, it was an extra A, not an extra Z. We don't want to do this shit. We're not short on ways to give shit away. We're short on good things to give away, good card advantage, and good ways to keep Blim out. We don't need a 1/1. We don't need another 1/1 clogging up this stupid ass deck. Zofkeel, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. All right, with that, I think we've given you the means with which to become an absolute bastard man. And we're going to need to reach out to Rukak to reschedule them. And that's going to be it for today's stream, but we will be live again tomorrow with 3-3 Elk, going over some of our favorite Aether Drift cards, and honestly probably talking a bunch of shit about Final Fantasy. I just think we won't be able to help ourselves. Oh, you are here. Then we're going to do Rukak's deck. Tremendous. Oh god, we're stepping it up for Rukak's deck. Spooky, comma, scary. Rise from your grave. Oh, Jesus God, it's Oathbreaker. Okay, so off the rip, we're doing absolute bullshit, and we're tutoring. The only thing that's going to help you is an exercise and diet regimen, my man. My turn, not yours. Okay, so we found a Grand Abolisher effect. MLP, Oathbreaker is an absolutely fucking cursed format where you get to have a Planeswalker and you get to have a instant or sorcery in your command zone. It's basically like if you played Commander and your first thought was like, I wish this was sweaty all the time, that is Oathbreaker. Every Oathbreaker deck is pretty tuned. There's like casual Oathbreaker doesn't exist. Planeswalkers are too strong. Having an extra thing in your command zone is too strong. It never. So we are ending the stream by being just cranked to the gills, bastards. So we have ramp to get to Garruk. It's also 60 cards instead of 100. So what are we doing? We're using Recurring Nightmare and Survival of the Fittest to dig for answers and abuse ETB effects while taking advantage of all the death triggers and cards flying with IRS and Insurance FOD. Controlling mid-range with the ability to be dangerously threatening very early. So what does Survival of the Fittest do? Discard a creature card to tutor for a different creature. Recurring Nightmare to bring things back from the graveyard. This is one of the first times I'm going to say it. We better fucking be on combo. Yeah, we have Protean Hulk. You better just fucking kill me, turn far. All 9 people who play Oathbreaker optimize the shit out of their decks. Yeah, Oathbreaker is just like the basement of a Meth Heads Anonymous meeting, and it's got 10 dudes furiously hunched over, altering the worst decks you've ever seen. Silver Bullets. Yes. Draft Common Accursed Marauder is what I would consider a silver bullet. You are totally right. It is exactly as powerful as Assassin's Trophy. Exit Random is so fucked up. It's more controlled and if we are on more of a control deck than a combo deck, when we have a vampiric tutor in the command zone, at some point we just have to accept that we don't like the people we're playing with. So we have a couple like relatively narrow answers and land destruction. Do you get paid by the hour? This is literally the 1998 Recurring Nightmare Championship deck. Oh, it's a time capsule. Okay. Somebody's been getting flashbanged by meeting too many people that were born in the 2000s, and they decided to take it out on them. An Oathbreaker, does the tutor cost more when you recast? Yes, your signature spell does get command tax. Okay, so we have a forest, we have necropotence. Notably, you also cannot play your signature spell without your commander. Okay, we've played Survival of the Fittest. It's now turn 3. We discard Basking Root Walla. We cast it for Madness. What do we even look for? Do we have any good creatures, or are we just kind of like hoping? I don't think we need Wall of... I guess I'll get this. Yeah, fuck it. Survival of the Fittest. Survival of the Fittest for a mana dork. And then pass, because I missed land drop. I could Survival of the Fittest again, but it's... So it's turn 4. It's turn 4. We have 2 lands. We've yet to resolve a mana dork. And we've discarded the Haha Bloomburrow control bird. The Teferi player is preparing to combo off in front of us. We don't have Dryad Arbor. Why would we? Now we can get Birds of Paradise out after we get Wall of Roots out. So we have 1, -1, -1 counters out. It's turn 5. In Oathbreaker, somebody's won the game. I'll be for real. So we can play Garruk. We could deal... I'm going to make a wolf. We have to use all of our mana sources to play Garruk. It's turn 7. Even in casual Commander, the walls are beginning to close in on us at this point. And here we are with 1 pet dog, a lizard, and a bird. We are playing Dr. Doolittle Simulator. You'd be dead right now to an affinity deck, and I didn't even know this was a format until 2 minutes ago. I am inclined to agree. We still can't resolve Necropotence. We can reveal the top 5. Holy shit, do none of these help? We'll take this. We'll get another green pip that we can't really use for anything. Yeah, fuck. Actually, fuck it. Fuck Grisly Salvage. We vamp Tutor for a swamp. Right, but we can't hit Recurring Nightmare with Grisly Salvage. So we're just going to concede this one, go to game 2. Okay, maybe this hand might work. Lake of the Dead, holy fuck. So we have no swamps to sacrifice. We have Boseiju, which is going to enter tapped. We can at least play Scroll Rack, but we don't have any mana to do anything after. Again, no swamps. No swamps, which this is a land that says you sacrifice a swamp when you play it, or you sacrifice it, but then you can sacrifice swamps after the fact to add 4 black. So it like it has an interesting ceiling, but right now is actively preventing us from playing Magic. Okay, mill 3, give me that fucking swamp, bro. Turn 4. Now we play Garruk, and we get a wolf. Ah, god damn it. Turn 5. Now we can dump this swamp. We can fetch out. I don't remember the names of the duel that I'm looking for, but I need a green-black duel, which we have, right? We have it. We have this there we go. Overgrown tomb. We get overgrown tomb. We have no creatures in grave for recurring nightmare to target. I am in physical pain. We attack. Cool, there goes survival of the fittest. Recurring nightmare sure can't get that back. Rukak, you are dangerously close to being downgraded to silly. Oh, 6 gets that back? Okay, yeah. We get Takanuma to hand, and then we play survival for retrace. Okay, so we discard Takanuma. So now we have survival. So now we can play magic. We discard Helldozer. We discard Helldozer to tutor fucking... We have Marin in here? I don't know, man. Fuck it. I get Protean Hulk. I sack this swamp to add 4 black mana to play Recurring Nightmare. I float a green. I float a green, discard Protean Hulk, tutor Ravenous Rats, because who even cares at this point? Hulk to field from Recurring Nightmare. These are all dead. Vampiric Tutor for the combo pieces on turn 1 or 2 is necessary to function. 6 is broken in half in the deck. I think... Oh no, I think we're going to have to call the literacy police. That explains... Listen, Rukak, I will say, jokes aside, that explains so much. The sentence you just said is, the deck only works if I cheat at the format. You cannot Vampiric Tutor until Garruk is on the board, is how Oathbreaker works. You can only cast your signature spell if your Planeswalker is like actively in play. If your Planeswalker is not currently on the board, you're not allowed to utilize the signature spell. So that makes the deck make infinitely more sense, and you are literally a cheater pumpkin eater. If people have been letting you do this, that is fucking hilarious. Let's go to the PBS background track. If your Oathbreaker is on the battlefield under your control, you can cast your signature spell for its normal costs, plus an additional 2 mana for each previous time you've cast your signature spell from the command zone this game. They have at my LGS, we all have up there. Yeah, you guys aren't even playing Oathbreaker. You're playing fucking Oath Calvin Ball. And so, yeah, you can tell me whatever you want. If the premise of your deck is I'm Vamp Tutoring turn 1 and then I'm Vamp Tutoring again turn 2. Wait. Did you say turn 1 and 2? Okay. Are you playing with commander tax on your signature spell? Or in addition to playing the signature spell whenever you want, is your group allowing you to recast it for base cost every time? This is important, chat. Everyone hold on. Let's wait. Let's wait for them to own up to whatever cursed meta. Okay, we are playing with the tax. At least there's that. So is everybody's signature spell just Vampiric Tutor? What would you like? I can't imagine anything that's better than every turn going turn 1 I Vampiric Tutor. Like maybe there's Dark Ritual Turbo, but why would you do anything but turn 1 I Vampiric Tutor? This isn't even a deck. This is a Yugi Moto cosplay. This is just the rules that Yugi plays Yu-Gi-Oh with. I guess we'll just every fucking game. All right, boys. Now that we've shuffled up, my turn 1 play. I'm just gonna look through my hand here. Ah, yeah, I'll get this one. Good stuff. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Then yeah, it works. It works. Of course it works. We can do anything. You can Vamp Tutor turn 1. We all... Hold on! Wait. No. He flips into black, right? Okay. He flips into black. I was about to freak out even harder if I was like, if we're on a fucking mono green commander with a black signature spell too. But he flips into black, so we're cool there. I'm glad that someone in your LGS gets to play Dark Ritual. I'm glad that somebody gets to enjoy that experience. This is... This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. So given the power to do anything, your genie wish was I want to watch paint dry. Because as best I can tell, the payoff of this deck is I get to try to shoot other creatures in the knees. You were given... With the power of Yugi Moto's Destiny Draw, you became a mid-range control player? What happened? Yeah, you can never tell them. You're now on Star Trek rules. Your LGS is now a biome that we must protect under all circumstances. You're under a Class 1 quarantine from the Hunters Association. This is surely some kitchen table magic behavior. Okay, so let's play it how Rukak and the Maniacs play it. So I'm gonna get Overgrown Tomb. Oh good, I have Necropotence. Look at me, Dad. I get Survival of the Fittest on turn 1. Fuck it. Life from the Loam. I'll dredge 3. probably getting this dumbass back. I play Boseiju. I play Survival of the Fittest. Oh, sorry, this is in my command zone. God, and the deck still barely fucking works, man. We life from the loam just to get Windswept Heath back. And then we can discard Protean Hulk. I'm going to go get birds. Next turn, I mill 3 to get life from the loam back. I life from the loam. Oh, these just go to hand, which is even worse. I birds. Everybody has to have... They have to be comboing off in our face. Okay. Same start. We tomb. We vamp tutor. Or maybe we say like... I'll get Recurring Nightmare this time. See if that helps with the pain. This goes to exile. I dump a creature. I play this, I play this. I play this, I play this. I swap. So I sack Artist to get Rutstein to grave, which gets me Artist back to hand and this back to hand. I fucking bog somebody. I vamp tutor again for Survival of the Fittest. I discard... I don't know, fucking Utopia Sprawl, man. I hate to be this guy, but what are the modified rules? The modified rules are do whatever the fuck you even want. Oh, Vamp Tutor puts it on top. Oh. I just don't see the vision. I got LASIK. They fixed whatever nightmare vision Rukak has. Birdie, hey, you think that's busted? You would be surprised based on how the deck plays. So we Urborg, Vamp Tutor. Okay, we have Survival of the Fittest now. So now we get to put this on top. Now we forest Ravenous discard 1 in Yu-Gi-Oh? We're forcing discard 1 in the goddamn Yu-Gi-Oh format. All right. 6, mill 3. That doesn't do anything. Necropotence. I kill myself with Necropotence. This is the most successful game we have had with this playtest. Yeah, we do. We have Urborg. All of these are swamps. So that is the illegal thing we did is I don't think we're allowed to pay life to kill ourselves. You're allowed to kill yourself in Magic with effects that make you lose life, but you can't pay life to lethal. I think this is truly ridiculous. Rukak, thank you so... Oh, you can. Oh, you can pay to die. Okay. You just can't pay life you can't have. Then yes, I think the shortest path this deck has to victory is resolve Necropotence, pay 20 life, go to McDonald's. Rukak, thank you for that peek behind the curtain. This is absolutely fucking ridiculous, and every single card choice in it makes me question your sanity. This is such a cursed amalgamation of, like, turbo Golgari mid-range and control. Oh, hold on. We're getting reports of the best decks in the format in Rukak's. So Elspeth. Shut the fuck up. No, it's not. Mono White Orim's Chant cannot be the best deck in the format. We haven't even gotten to... They said Jace. Wait for it. You know what? Honestly, I get this. You let me... If you let me have a free counterspell in hand every turn of the game, sure. Fucking sure. And then, yeah, Ashiok plus banned card. I'm sure that... Which Ashiok? If you tell me Dream Render, I'm ending the stream right now. Is it Nightmare Muse? Is it Nightmare Weaver? Which Ashiok? Sculptor of Fears, maybe? It can't be Dream Render. Nightmare Weaver. Okay. That's almost worse. But at least we're doing something. The rest of the deck has to be super fucked up because Dark Ritual doesn't even let you cast this turn 1. Because you need blue mana still. Okay, Rukak. Thank you for that trip to the zoo. Never tell any of them what's wrong with the rule set. This is glorious. This is somehow... I think I would almost enjoy playing this type of Oathbreaker more than normal Oathbreaker because I hate Planeswalkers so much, but everything you've said to me is so scuffed. Orim's Chant. Running the meta. We're running the mana with Orim's Chant. This shit is peak. I need a Commander gameplay channel that's just this format. This is beautiful. Rukak, thank you so much. We're going to find a friend to raid and end it there for the day. We'll be live again tomorrow at noon doing, talking about Final Fantasy and talking about Aether Drift with 3-3 Elk. I hope to see you all there. Thank you again to Dr. Lupo for the raid, if any of his raiders stuck with us this whole time. And thank you to everybody for the follows, the subs, the cheers. I appreciate every last one of you. YouTube, that's just going to be the end of today. We're going to raid Beard Princess. And the raid message is going to be... The raid message is going to be chant on them, and I'm going to say it's 50-50 that when Beard Princess sees that raid message, they start yelling come. So everybody buckle the fuck up for that. I will see you all tomorrow. So chant on them's the raid message. Have a good day. Remember to stay toxic, and I love you.